The same thing happens concerning the operations of the mind, with thinking, reasoning, fearing, etc., which we, concluding not to subsist of themselves, nor apprehending how they can belong to body or be produced by it, we are apt to think these the actions of some other substance which we call spirit, whereby yet it is evident that, having no other idea or notion of matter, but something wherein those many sensible qualities which affect our senses do subsist, by supposing a substance wherein thinking, knowing, doubting, and the power of moving, etc., do subsist, we have as clear a notion of the substance of spirit as we have of body, the one being supposed to be, without knowing what it is, the substratum to those simple ideas we have from without, and the other supposed, with a like ignorance of what it is, to be the substratum to those operations we experiment in ourselves within. It is plain then that the idea of corporeal substance in matter is as remote from our conceptions and apprehensions as that of spiritual substance or spirit, and therefore from our not having any notion of the substance of spirit, we can no more conclude its non-existence than we can, for the same reason, deny the existence of body. It being as rational to affirm there is no body because we have no clear and distinct idea of the substance of matter, as to say there is no spirit because we have no clear and distinct idea of the substance of spirit. Whatever therefore be the secret abstract nature of substance in general, all the ideas we have of particular distinct sorts of substances are nothing but several combinations of simple ideas coexisting in such, though unknown, cause of their union as makes the whole subsist of itself. It is by such combinations of simple ideas and nothing else that we represent particular sorts of substances to ourselves. Such are the ideas we have of their several species in our minds, and such only do we by their specific names signify to others, v.g. man, horse, sun, water, iron. Upon hearing which words, everyone who understands the language frames in his mind a combination of those several simple ideas which he has usually observed or fancied to exist together under that denomination, all which he supposes to rest in and be, as it were, adherent to that unknown common subject which inheres not in anything else, though in the meantime it be manifest, and everyone upon inquiry into his own thoughts will find that he has no other idea of any substance, v.g. let it be gold, horse, iron, man, vitriol, bread, but what he has barely of those sensible qualities which he supposes to inhere, with a supposition of such a substratum as gives, as it were, a support to those qualities or simple ideas which he has observed to exist united together. Thus the idea of the sun, what is it but an aggregate of those several simple ideas, bright, hot, roundish, having a constant regular motion at a certain distance from us, and perhaps some other, as he who thinks and discourses of the sun has been more or less accurate in observing those sensible qualities, ideas, or properties which are in that thing which he calls the sun. For he has the perfectest idea of any of the particular sorts of substances, who has gathered and put together most of those simple ideas which do exist in it, among which are to be reckoned its active powers and passive capacities, which, though not simple ideas, yet in this respect, for brevity's sake, may conveniently enough be reckoned amongst them. Thus the power of drawing iron is one of the ideas of the complex one, that substance we call a lodestone, and the power to be so drawn is a part of the complex one we call iron, which powers pass for inherent qualities in those subjects, because every substance being as apt by the powers we observe in it to change some sensible qualities in other subjects as it is to produce in us those simple ideas which we receive immediately from it. Thus, by those new sensible qualities introduced into other subjects, discover to us those powers which do thereby immediately affect our senses as regularly as its sensible qualities do it immediately, e.g., we immediately by our senses perceive in fire its heat and color, which are, if rightly considered, nothing but powers in it to produce those ideas in us. We also by our senses perceive the color and brittleness of charcoal, whereby we come by the knowledge of another power in fire which it has to change the color and consistency of wood. By the former, fire immediately; by the latter, it immediately discovers to us these several powers, which therefore we look upon to be a part of the qualities of fire, and so make them a part of the complex idea of it. For all those powers that we take cognizance of, terminating only in the alteration of some sensible qualities in those subjects on which they operate, and so making them exhibit to us new sensible ideas. Therefore it is that I have reckoned these powers amongst the simple ideas which make the complex ones of the sorts of substances, though these powers considered in themselves are truly complex ideas. And in this looser sense I crave leave to be understood when I name any of these potentialities among the simple ideas which we recollect in our minds when we think of particular substances. For the powers that are severally in them are necessary to be considered if we will have true distinct notions of the several sorts of substances. Nor are we to wonder that powers make a great part of our complex ideas of substances, since their secondary qualities are those which in most of them serve principally to distinguish substances one from another, and commonly make a considerable part of the complex idea of the several sorts of them. For our senses failing us in the discovery of the bulk, texture, and figure of the minute parts of bodies on which their real constituents and differences depend, we are fain to make use of their secondary qualities as the characteristical notes and marks whereby to frame ideas of them in our minds and distinguish them one from another, all which secondary qualities, as has been shown, are nothing but bare powers. For the color and taste of opium are, as well as its soporific or anodyne virtues, mere powers depending on its primary qualities, whereby it is fitted to produce different operations on different parts of our bodies. The ideas that make our complex ones of corporeal substances are of these three sorts. First, the ideas of the primary qualities of things which are discovered by our senses and are in them even when we perceive them not. Such are the bulk, figure, number, situation, and motion of the parts of bodies which are really in them, whether we take notice of them or not. Secondly, the sensible secondary qualities, which depending on these are nothing but the powers those substances have to produce several ideas in us by our senses, which ideas are not in the things themselves otherwise than as anything is in its cause. Thirdly, the aptness we consider in any substance to give or receive such alterations of primary qualities as that the substance so altered should produce in us different ideas from what it did before. These are called active and passive powers, all which powers, as far as we have any notice or notion of them, terminate only in sensible simple ideas. For whatever alteration a lodestone has the power to make in the minute particles of iron, we should have no notion of any power it had at all to operate on iron, did not its sensible motion discover it. And I doubt not but there are 1,000 changes that bodies we daily handle have a power to cause in one another, which we never suspect because they never appear in sensible effects. Powers therefore justly make a great part of our complex ideas of substances. He that will examine his complex idea of gold will find several of its ideas that make it up to be only powers, as the power of being melted, powers therefore justly make a great part of our complex ideas of substances. He that will examine his complex idea of gold will find several of its ideas that make it up to be only powers, as the power of being melted, but of not spending itself in the fire, of being dissolved in aqua regia, ideas as necessary to make up our complex idea of gold as its color and weight, which, if duly considered, are also nothing but different powers, for, to speak truly, yellowness is not actually in gold, but is a power in gold to produce that idea in us by our eyes when placed in a due light. And the heat which we cannot leave out of our ideas of the sun is no more really in the sun than the white color it introduces into wax. These are both equally powers in the sun, operating by the motion and figure of its sensible parts, so on a man as to make him have the idea of heat, and so on wax as to make it capable to produce in a man the idea of white. Had we senses acute enough to discern the minute particles of bodies and the real constitution on which their sensible qualities depend, I doubt not but they would produce quite different ideas in us, and that which is now the yellow color of gold would then disappear, and instead of it we should see an admirable texture of parts of a certain size and figure. This microscopes plainly discover to us, for what to our naked eyes produces a certain color is, by thus augmenting the acuteness of our senses, discovered to be quite a different thing, and thus altering, as it were, the proportion of the bulk of the minute parts of a colored object to our usual sight, produces different ideas from what it did before. Thus sand or pounded glass, which is opaque and white to the naked eye, is pellucid in a microscope, and a hair seen in this way loses its former color and is in a great measure pellucid, with a mixture of some bright sparkling colors such as appear from the refraction of diamonds and other pellucid bodies. Blood to the naked eye appears all red, but by a good microscope, wherein its lesser parts appear, shows only some few globules of red swimming in a pellucid liquor, and how these red globules would appear if glasses could be found that could yet magnify them 1,000 or 10,000 times more is uncertain. The infinite wise contriver of us and all things about us hath fitted our senses, faculties, and organs to the conveniences of life and the business we have to do here. We are able by our senses to know and distinguish things, and to examine them so far as to apply them to our senses in several ways to accommodate the exigencies of this life. We have insight enough into their admirable contrivances and wonderful effects to admire and magnify the wisdom, power, and goodness of their author. Such a knowledgeable as this, which is suited to our present condition, we want not faculties to attain, but it appears not that God intended we should have a perfect, clear, and adequate knowledge of them. That perhaps is not in the comprehension of any finite being. We are furnished with faculties, dull and weak as they are, to discover enough in the creatures to lead us to the knowledge of the Creator and the knowledge of our duty, and we are fitted well enough with abilities to provide for the conveniences of living. These are our business in this world. But were our senses altered and made much quicker and acuter, the appearance and outward scheme of things would have quite another face to us, and am apt to think would be inconsistent with our being, or at least well-being, in this part of the universe which we inhabit. He that considers how little our constitution is able to bear a remove into parts of this air not much higher than that we commonly breathe in, will have reason to be satisfied that in this globe of earth allotted for our mansion, the all-wise architect has suited our organs and the bodies that are to affect them one to another. If our senses of hearing were but 1,000 times quicker than it is, how would a perpetual noise distract us, and we should in the quietest retirement be less able to sleep or meditate than in the middle of a sea fight. Now, if that most instructive of our senses, seeing, were in any man 1,000 or 100,000 times more acute than it is by the best microscope, things several millions of times less than the smallest object of his sight now would then be visible to his naked eyes, and so he would come nearer to the discovery of the texture and motion of the minute parts of corporeal things, and in many of them probably get ideas of their internal constitutions. But then he would be in a quite different world from other people. Nothing would appear the same to him and others. Visible ideas of everything would be different, so that I doubt whether he and the rest of men could discourse concerning the objects of sight or have any communication about colors, their appearances being so wholly different. And perhaps such a quickness and tenderness of sight could not endure bright sunshine or so much as open daylight, nor take in but a very small part of any object at once, and that too only at a very near distance. And if by the help of such microscopical eyes, if I may so call them, a man could penetrate further than ordinary into the secret composition and radical texture of bodies, he would not make any great advantage by the change if such an acute sight would not serve to conduct him to the market and exchange. If he could not see things he was to avoid at a convenient distance, nor distinguish things he had to do with by those sensible qualities others do, he that was sharp-sighted enough to see the configuration of the minute particles of the spring of a clock, and observe upon what peculiar structure and impulse its elastic motion depends, would no doubt discover something very admirable. But if eyes so framed could not view at once the hand and the characters of the hour plate, and thereby at a distance see what o'clock it was, their owner could not be much benefited by that acuteness which, whilst it discovered the secret contrivance of the parts of the machine, made him lose its use. And here give me leave to propose an extravagant conjecture of mine, which that since we have some reason, if there be any credit to be given to the report of things that our philosophy cannot account for, to imagine that spirits can assume to themselves bodies of different bulk, figure, and conformation of parts, whether one great advantage of some of them have over us may not lie in this, that they can so frame and shape to themselves organs of sensation or perception as to suit them to their present design and the circumstances of the object they would consider. For how much would that man exceed all others in knowledge who had but the faculty so to alter the structure of his eyes, that one sense, as to make it capable of all the several degrees of vision which the assistance of glasses, casually at first lighted on, has taught us to conceive? What wonders would he discover who could so fit his eyes to all sorts of objects as to see, when he pleased, the figure and motion of the minute particles in the blood and other juices of animals as distinctly as he does at other times the shape and motion of the animals themselves? But to us, in our present state, an alterable organ, so contrived as to discover the figure and motion of the minute parts of bodies whereon depend those sensible qualities we now observe in them, would perhaps be of no advantage. God has no doubt made them so as it is best for us in our present condition. He hath fitted us for the neighborhood of the bodies that surround us and we have to do with. And though we cannot, by the faculties we have, attain to a perfect knowledge of things, yet they will serve us well enough for those ends above mentioned, which are our great concernment. I beg my reader's pardon for laying before him so wild a fancy concerning the ways of perception of beings above us, and how extravagant soever it be. I doubt whether we can imagine anything about the knowledge of angels, but after this manner, some way or other, in proportion to what we find and observe in ourselves. And though we cannot but allow that the infinite power and wisdom of God may frame creatures with 1,000 other faculties and ways of perceiving things without them than what we have, yet our thoughts can go no further than our own. So impossible it is for us to enlarge our very guesses beyond the ideas received from our own sensation and reflection, The supposition, at least, that angels do sometimes assume bodies needs not startle us, since some of the most ancient and most learned fathers of the Church seem to believe that they had bodies, and this is certain that their state and way of existence is unknown to us. But to return to the matter in hand, the ideas we have of substances and the ways we come by them, I say our specific ideas of substances are nothing else but a collection of a certain number of simple ideas considered as united in one thing. These ideas of substances, though they are commonly simple apprehensions and the names of them simple terms, yet in effect are complex and compounded. Thus the idea which the Englishman signifies by the name swan is white color, long neck, red beak, black legs and whole feet, and all these of a certain size, with the power of swimming in the water and making a certain kind of noise, and perhaps to a man who has long observed this kind of birds some other properties, which all terminate in sensible simple ideas, all united in one common subject. Besides the complex ideas we have of material sensible substances, of which I have last spoken, by the simple ideas we have taken from those operations of our own minds, which we experiment daily in ourselves as thinking, understanding, willing, knowing, and the power of beginning, motion, etc., coexisting in some substance, we are able to frame the complex idea of an immaterial spirit, and thus by putting together the ideas of thinking, perceiving, liberty, and power of moving themselves and other things, we have as clear a perception and notion of immaterial substances as we have of material. For putting together the ideas of thinking and willing, or the power of moving or quieting corporeal motion joined to substance, of which we have no distinct idea, we have the idea of an immaterial spirit, and by putting together the ideas of coherent solid parts and the power of being moved joined with substance, of which likewise we have no positive idea, we have the idea of matter. The one is as clear and distinct an idea as the other, the idea of thinking and moving a body being as clear and distinct ideas as the ideas of extension, solidity, and being moved. For our idea of substance is equally obscure or none at all in both. It is but a supposed I know not ought to support those ideas we call accidents. It is for want of reflection that we are apt to think that our senses show us nothing but material things. Every act of sensation, when duly considered, gives us an equal view of both parts of nature, the corporeal and the spiritual. For whilst I know by seeing or hearing, etc., that there is some corporeal being without me, the object of that sensation, I do more certainly know that there is some spiritual being within me that sees and hears. This, I must be convinced, cannot be the action of bare insensible matter, nor ever could be without an immaterial thinking being. By the complex idea of extended, figured, colored, and all other sensible qualities, which is all that we know of it, we are as far from the idea of the substance of body as if we knew nothing at all, nor after all the acquaintance and familiarity which we imagine we have with matter, and the many qualities men assure themselves they perceive and know in bodies, will it perhaps upon examination be found that they have any more or clearer primary ideas belonging to body than they have belonging to immaterial spirit. The primary ideas we have peculiar to body as contradistinguished to spirit are the cohesion of solid and consequently separable parts, and the power of communicating motion by impulse. These, I think, are the original ideas proper and peculiar to body, for figure is but the consequence of finite extension. The ideas we have belonging and peculiar to spirit are thinking and will, or a power of putting body into motion by thought, and which is consequent to it at liberty. For as body cannot but communicate its motion by impulse to another body, which it meets with at rest, so the mind can put bodies into motion, or forbear to do so, as it pleases. The ideas of existence, duration, and mobility are common to them both. There is no reason why it should be thought strange that I make mobility belong to spirit, for having no other idea of motion but change of distance with other beings that are considered as at rest, and finding that spirits as well as bodies cannot operate but where they are, and the spirits do operate at several times in several places, I cannot but attribute change of place to all finite spirits. For of the infinite spirit I speak not here, for my soul, being a real being as well as my body, is certainly as capable of changing distance with any other body or being as body itself, and so is capable of motion. And if a mathematician can consider a certain distance or a change of that distance between 2 points, one may certainly conceive a distance and a change of distance between 2 spirits, and so conceive their motion, their approach or removal one from another. Everyone finds in himself that his soul can think, will, and operate on his body in the place where that is, but cannot operate on a body or in a place 100 miles distant from it. Nobody can imagine that his soul can think or move a body at Oxford whilst he is at London, and cannot but know that, being united to his body, it constantly changes place all the whole journey between Oxford and London, as the coach or horse does that carries him, and I think may be said to be truly all that while in motion. Or if that will not be allowed to afford us a clear idea enough of its motion, its being separated from the body in death, I think will, for to consider it as going out of the body or leaving it, and yet to have no idea of its motion, seems to me impossible. If it be said by any one that it cannot change place because it hath none, for the spirits are not in loco but ubi, I suppose that way of talking will not now be of much weight to many in an age that is not much disposed to admire or suffer themselves to be deceived by such unintelligible ways of speaking. But if any one thinks there is any sense in that distinction, and that it is applicable to our present purpose, I desire him to put it into intelligible English, and then from thence draw a reason to show that immaterial spirits are not capable of motion. Indeed, motion cannot be attributed to God, not because he is an immaterial, but because he is an infinite spirit. Let us compare then our complex idea of an immaterial spirit with our complex idea of body, and see whether there be any more obscurity in one than in the other, and in which most. Our idea of body, as I think, is an extended solid substance capable of communicating motion by impulse, and our idea of soul as an immaterial spirit is of a substance that thinks and has a power of exciting motion in body by will or thought. These, I think, are our complex ideas of soul and body as contradistinguished. And now let us examine which has most obscurity in it and difficulty to be apprehended. I know that people whose thoughts are immersed in matter and have so subjected their minds to their senses that they seldom reflect on anything beyond them are apt to say they cannot comprehend a thinking thing, which perhaps is true, but I affirm when they consider it well, they can no more comprehend an extended thing. If anyone says he knows not what it is thinks in him, he means he knows not what the substance is of that thinking him. No more, say I, knows he what the substance is of that solid thing. Further, if he says he knows not how he thinks, I answer, neither knows he how he is extended, how the solid parts of a body are united or cohere together to make extension, for though the pressure of the particles of air may account for the cohesion of several parts of matter that are grosser than the particles of air and have pores less than the corpuscles of air, yet the weight or pressure of the air will not explain, nor can be a cause of the coherence of the particles of air themselves. And if the pressure of the ether or any subtler matter than the air may unite and hold fast together the parts of a particle of air as well as other bodies, yet it cannot make bonds for itself and hold together the parts that make up the least corpuscle of that materia subtilis. So that hypothesis, how ingeniously soever explained by showing that the parts of sensible bodies are held together by the pressure of other external insensible bodies, reaches not the parts of the ether itself, and by how much the more evident it proves that the parts of other bodies are held together by the external pressure of the ether, and can have no other conceivable cause of their cohesion and union, by so much the more it leaves us in the dark concerning the cohesion of the parts of the corpuscles of the ether itself, which we can neither conceive without parts, they being bodies and divisible, nor yet how their parts cohere, they wanting that cause of cohesion which is given of the cohesion of the parts of all other bodies. But in truth, the pressure of any ambient fluid, how great soever, can be no intelligible cause of the cohesion of the solid parts of matter, for though such a pressure may hinder the avulsion of two polished superficies from one another in a line perpendicular to them, as in the experiment of two polished marbles, yet it can never in the least hinder the separation by a motion in a line parallel to those surfaces, because the ambient fluid, having a full liberty to succeed in each point of space, does it by a lateral motion, resists such a motion of bodies so joined no more than it would resist the motion of that body, were it on all sides environed by that fluid and touched no other body. And therefore, if there were no other cause of cohesion, all parts of bodies must be easily separable by such a lateral sliding motion. For if the pressure of the ether be the adequate cause of cohesion, wherever that cause operates not, there can be no cohesion. And since it cannot operate against a lateral separation, as has been shown, therefore in every imaginary plane intersecting any mass of matter, there could be no more cohesion than two polished surfaces, which will always, notwithstanding any imaginable pressure of a fluid, easily slide one from another. So that perhaps how clear an idea soever we think we have of the extension of a body, which is nothing but the cohesion of solid parts, he that shall well consider it in his mind may have reason to conclude that it is as easy for him to have a clear idea how the soul thinks and as how body is extended. For since body is no otherwise extended than by the union and cohesion of its solid parts, we shall very ill comprehend the extension of a body without understanding wherein consists the union and cohesion of its parts, which seems to me as incomprehensible as the manner of thinking and how it is performed. I allow it is usual for most people to wonder how anyone should find a difficulty in what they think they every day observe. Do we not see? Will they be ready to say the parts of bodies stick firmly together? Is there anything more common? And what doubt can there be made of it? And the like I say concerning thinking and voluntary motion. Do we not every moment experiment it in ourselves, and therefore can it be doubted? The matter of fact is clear, I confess, but when we would a little nearer look into it and consider how it is done, there I think we are at a loss both in the one and the other, and can as little understand how the parts of body cohere and how we ourselves perceive or move. I would have any one intelligibly explain to me how the parts of gold or brass that but now in fusion were as loose from one another as the particles of water or the sands of an hourglass come in a few moments to be so united and adhere so strongly one to another that the utmost force of men's arms cannot separate them. A considering man will, I suppose, be here at a loss to satisfy his own or another man's understanding. The little bodies that compose that fluid we call water are so extremely small that I have never heard of anyone who, by a microscope, and yet I have heard of some that have magnified to 10,000, nigh to much above 100,000 1,000 times, pretend to perceive their distinct bulk, figure, or motion, and the particles of water are also so perfectly loose one from another that the least force sensibly separates them. Now, if we consider their perpetual motion, we must allow them to have no cohesion one with another. And yet, let but a sharp cold come and they unite. They consolidate. These little atoms cohere and are not without great force separable. He that could find the bonds that tie these heaps of loose little bodies together so firmly, he that could make known that cement that makes them stick so fast one to another, would discover a great and yet unknown secret. And yet, when that was done, would he be far enough from making the extension of body, which is the cohesion of its solid parts, intelligible, till he could show wherein consisted the union or consolidation of the parts of those bones, or of that cement, or of the least particle of matter that exists, whereby it appears that this primary and supposed obvious quality of body will be found, when examined, to be as incomprehensible as anything belonging to our minds, and a solid extended substance as hard to be conceived as a thinking immaterial one, whatever difficulties some would raise against it. For, to extend our thoughts a little further, that pressure which is brought to explain the cohesion of bodies is as unintelligible as the cohesion itself. For if matter be considered, as no doubt it is, finite, let anyone send his contemplation to the extremities of the universe, and there see what conceivable hoops, what bond he can imagine to hold this mass of matter in so close a pressure together, from whence steel has its firmness, and the parts of a diamond their hardness and indissolubility. If matter be finite, it must have its extremes, and there must be something to hinder it from scattering asunder. And there must be something to hinder it from scattering asunder. If, to avoid this difficulty, anyone will throw himself into the supposition and abyss of infinite matter, let him consider what light he thereby brings to the cohesion of body, and whether he be ever the nearer making it intelligible by resolving it into a supposition, the most absurd and most incomprehensible of all other. So far is our extension of body, which is nothing but the cohesion of solid parts, from being clearer or more distinct when we would inquire into the nature, cause, or manner of it, than the idea of thinking. Another idea we have of body is the power of communication of motion by impulse, and of our souls the power of exciting motion by thought. These ideas, the one of body, the other of our minds, everyday's experience clearly furnishes us with. But if here again we inquire how this is done, we are equally in the dark. For in the communication of motion by impulse, wherein as much motion is lost to one body as is got to the other, which is the ordinariest case, we can have no other conception but of the passing of motion out of one body to another, which I think is as obscure and inconceivable as how our minds move or stop our bodies by thought, which we every moment find they do. The increase of motion by impulse, which is observed or believed sometimes to happen, is yet harder to be understood. We have by daily experience clear evidence of motion produced both by impulse and by thought, but the manner how hardly comes within our comprehension, we are equally at a loss in both, so that however we consider motion and its communication, either from body or spirit, the idea which belongs to spirit is at least as clear as that which belongs to body. And if we consider the active power of moving, or as I may call it, motivity, it is much clearer in spirit than body, since two bodies placed by one another at rest will never afford us the idea of a power in the one to move the other, but by a borrowed motion, whereas the mind every day affords us ideas of an active power of moving bodies, and therefore it is worth our consideration whether active power can not the proper attribute active power be not the proper attribute of spirits and passive power of matter. Hence may be conjectured that created spirits are not totally separate from matter, because they are both active and passive. Pure spirit, who is God, is only active, pure matter is only passive. Those beings that are both active and passive we may judge to partake of both. But be that as it will, I think we have as many and as clear ideas belonging to spirit as we have belonging to body, the substance of each being equally unknown to us, and the idea of thinking in spirit as clear as of extension in body, and the communication of motion by thought, which we attribute to spirit, is as evident as that by impulse, which we ascribe to body. Constant experience makes us sensible of both these, though our narrow understandings can comprehend neither. For when the mind would look beyond those original ideas we have from sensation or reflection, and penetrate into their causes and manner of production, we find still it discovers nothing but its own short-sightedness. To conclude, sensation convinces us that there are solid extended substances, and reflection that there are thinking ones. Experience assures us of the existence of such beings, and that the one hath a power to move body by impulse, the other by thought. This we cannot doubt of. Experience, I say, every moment furnishes us with the clear ideas both of the one and the other. But beyond these ideas, as received from their proper sources, our faculties will not reach. If we would inquire further into their nature, causes, and manner, we perceive not the nature of extension clearer than we do of thinking. If we would explain them any further, one is as easy as the other, and there is no more difficulty to conceive how a substance we know not should, by thought, set body into motion, than how a substance we know not should, by impulse, set body into motion, so that we are no more able to discover wherein the ideas belonging to body consist than those belonging to spirit. From whence it seems probable to me that the simple ideas we receive from sensation and reflection are the boundaries of our thoughts, beyond which the mind, whatever efforts it would make, is not able to advance one jot, nor can it make any discoveries when it would pry into the nature and hidden causes of those ideas. So that, in short, the idea we have of spirit compared with the idea we have of body stands thus: the substance of spirits is unknown to us, and so is the substance of body equally unknown to us. Two primary qualities or properties of body, viz. Solid coherent parts and impulse, we have distinct clear ideas of. So likewise we know and have distinct clear ideas of two primary qualities or properties of spirit, viz. Thinking and a power of action, i.e. a power of beginning or stopping several thoughts or motions. We have also the ideas of several qualities inherent in bodies, and have the clear distinct ideas of them, which qualities are but the various modifications of the extension of cohering solid parts and their motion. We have likewise the ideas of the several modes of thinking, viz. Believing, doubting, intending, fearing, hoping, all which are but the several modes of thinking. We have also the ideas of willing and moving the body consequent to it, and with the body itself too, for, as has been shown, spirit is capable of motion. Lastly, if this notion of immaterial spirit may have, perhaps, some difficulties in it, not easily to be explained, we have therefore no more reason to deny or doubt the existence of such spirits than we have to deny or doubt the existence of body, because the notion of body is cumbered with some difficulties very hard and perhaps impossible to be explained or understood by us. For I would fain have instanced anything in our notion of spirit more perplexed or nearer a contradiction than the very notion of body includes in it. The divisibility in infinitum of any finite extension involving us, whether we grant or deny it, in consequence is impossible to be explicated or made in our apprehensions consistent, consequences that carry greater difficulty and more apparent absurdity than anything can follow from the notion of an immaterial knowing substance, which we are not at all to wonder at, since we have but some few superficial ideas of things discovered to us only by the sense from without, or by the mind reflecting on what it experiments in itself within, have no knowledge beyond that, much less of the internal constitution and true nature of things, being destitute of faculties to attain it, and therefore experimenting and discovering in ourselves knowledge and the power of voluntary motion, as certainly as we experiment or discover in things without us the cohesion and separation of solid parts, which is the extension and motion of bodies, we have as much reason to be satisfied with our notion of immaterial spirit as with our notion of body, and the existence of the one as well as the other. For it being no more a contradiction than thinking should exist separate and independent from solidity, than it is a contradiction that solidity should exist separate and independent from thinking, there being both but simple ideas independent one from another, and having as clear and distinct ideas in us of thinking as of solidity, I know not why we may not as well allow a thinking thing without solidity, i.e. immaterial, to exist as a solid thing without thinking, i.e. matter, to exist, especially since it is not harder to conceive how thinking should exist without matter than how matter should think. For whensoever we would proceed beyond these simple ideas we have from sensation and reflection, and dive further into the nature of things, we fall presently into darkness and obscurity, perplexedness and difficulties, and can discover nothing further but our own blindness and ignorance. But whichever of these complex ideas be clearest, that of body or immaterial spirit, this is evident, that the simple ideas that make them up us are no other than what we have received from sensation or reflection, and so is it of all our other ideas of substances, even of God himself. For if we examine the idea we have of the incomprehensible Supreme Being, we shall find that we come by it the same way, and that the complex ideas we have both of God and separate spirits are made of the simple ideas we receive from reflection, v.g. having, from what we experiment in ourselves, got the ideas of existence and duration, of knowledge and power, of pleasure and happiness, and of several other qualities and powers which it is better to have than to be without. When we would frame an idea the most suitable we can to the Supreme Being, we enlarge every one of these with our idea of infinity, and so putting them together make our complex idea of God. For that the mind has such a power of enlarging some of its ideas received from sensation and reflection has been already shown. If I find that I know some few things, and some of them all perhaps imperfectly, I can frame an idea of knowing twice as many, which I can double again as often as I can add to number, and thus enlarge my idea of knowledge by extending its comprehension to all things existing or possible. The same also I can do of knowing them more perfectly, i.e. all their qualities, powers, causes, consequences and relations, etc., till all be perfectly known that is in them, or can anyway relate to them, and thus frame the idea of infinite or boundless knowledge. The same may also be done of powers, till we come to that we call infinite, and also of the duration of existence without beginning or end, and so frame the idea of an eternal being, the degrees or extent wherein we ascribe existence, power, wisdom, and all other perfections which we can have any ideas of, to that sovereign being which we call God. Being all boundless and infinite, we frame the best idea of him our minds are capable of. all which is done, I say, by enlarging those simple ideas we have taken from the operations of our own minds, by reflection or by our senses from exterior things, to that vastness to which infinity can extend them. For it is infinity which, joined to our ideas of existence, power, knowledge, etc., makes that complex idea whereby we represent to ourselves the best we can the Supreme Being. For though in his own essence, which certainly we do not know, not knowing the real essence of a pebble or a fly or of our own selves, God be simple and uncompounded, yet I think I may say we have no other idea of him but a complex one of existence, knowledge, power, happiness, etc., infinite and eternal, which are all distinct ideas, and some of them, being relative, are again compounded of others, all which belong, as has been shown, originally got from sensation and reflection, go to make up the idea or notion we have of God. This further is to be observed that there is no idea we attribute to God abating infinity which is not also a part of our complex idea of other spirits, because being capable of no other simple ideas belonging to anything but body, but those which by reflection we receive from the operation of our own minds, we can attribute to spirits no other but what we receive from thence, and all the difference we can put between them in our contemplation of spirits is only in the several extents and degrees of their knowledge, power, duration, happiness, etc. For that in our ideas, as well of spirits as of other things, we are restrained to those we receive from sensation and reflection, is evident from hence that in our ideas of spirits, how much soever advanced in perfection beyond those of bodies, even to that of infinite, we cannot yet have any idea of the manner wherein they discover their thoughts one to another, though we must necessarily conclude that separate spirits, which are beings that have perfecter knowledge and greater happiness than we, must needs have also a perfecter way of communicating their thoughts than we have, who are fain to make use of corporeal signs and particular sounds, which are therefore of most general use, as being the best and quickest we are capable of. But of immediate communication, having no experiment in ourselves, and consequently no notion of it at all, we have no idea how spirits which use not words can, with quickness, or much less how spirits that have no bodies can be masters of their own thoughts, and communicate or conceal them at pleasure, though we cannot but necessarily suppose they have such a power. And thus we have seen what kind of ideas we have of substances of all kinds, wherein they consist, and how we came by them. For from whence I think it is very evident, first, that all our ideas of the several sorts of substances are nothing but collections of simple ideas with a supposition of something to which they belong and in which they subsist, though of this supposed something we have no clear distinct idea at all. Secondly, that all the simple ideas that thus united in one common substratum make up our complex ideas of several sorts of substances are no other but such as we have received from sensation or reflection, so that even in those which we think we are most intimately acquainted with, and that come nearest the comprehension of our most enlarged conceptions, we cannot go beyond those simple ideas. And even in those which seem most remote from all we have to do with, and do infinitely surpass anything we can perceive in ourselves by reflection, or discover by sensation in other things, we can attain to nothing but those simple ideas which we originally received from sensation or reflection, as is evident in the complex ideas we have of angels, and particularly of God himself. Thirdly, that most of the simple ideas that make up our complex ideas of substances, when truly considered, are only powers. However, we are apt to take them for positive qualities, v.g. the greatest part of the ideas that make our complex idea of gold are yellowness, great weight, ductility, fusibility, and solubility in aqua regia, etc., all united together in an unknown substratum, all which ideas are nothing else but so many relations to other substances, and are not really in the gold, considered barely in itself, though they depend on those real and primary qualities of its internal constitution, whereby it has a fitness differently to operate and be operated on by several other substances. Chapter 25 of Relation. Besides the ideas, whether simple or complex, that the mind has of things as they are in themselves, there are others it gets from their comparison one with another. The understanding in the consideration of anything is not confined to that precise object. It can carry an idea, as it were, beyond itself, or at least look beyond it, to see how it stands in conformity to any other. When the mind so considers one thing, that it does, as it were, bring it to and set it by another, and carries its view from one to the other. This is, as the words import, relation and respect, and the denominations given to positive things, intimating that respect and serving as marks to lead the thoughts beyond the subject itself, denominated to something distinct from it, are what we call relatives, and the things so brought together related. Thus, when the mind considers Caius as such a positive being, it takes nothing into that idea but what really exists in Caius, v.g., when I consider him as a man, I have nothing in my mind but the complex idea of the species man. So likewise, when I say Caius is a white man, I have nothing but the bare consideration of a man who hath that white color. But when I give Caius the name husband, I intimate some other person, and when I give him the name whiter, I intimate some other thing. In both cases, my thought is led to something beyond Caius, and there are two things brought into consideration. And since any idea, whether simple or complex, may be the occasion why the mind thus brings two things together, and, as it were, takes a view of them at once, though still considered as distinct, therefore any of our ideas may be the foundation of relation. As in the above-mentioned instance, the contract and ceremony of marriage with Sempronia is the occasion of the denomination and relation of husband, and the color white the occasion why he is said whiter than freestone. These and the like relations, expressed by relative terms that have others answering them with the reciprocal intimation, as father and son, bigger and less, cause and effect, are very obvious to everyone, and everybody at first sight perceives the relation. For father and son, husband and wife, and such other correlative terms seem so nearly to belong one to another, and through custom do so readily chime and answer one another in people's memories, that upon the naming of either of them, the thoughts are presently carried beyond the thought so named, and nobody overlooks or doubts of a relation where it is so plainly intimated. But where languages have failed to give correlative names, there the relation is not always so easily taken notice of. Concubine is, no doubt, a relative name as well as a wife, but in languages where this and the like words have not a correlative term, the people are not so apt to take them to be so, as wanting that evident mark of relation which is between correlatives, which seem to explain one another, and not to be able to exist but together. Hence it is that many of those names which, duly considered, do include evident relations, have been called external denominations. But all names that are more than empty sounds must signify some idea, which is either in the thing to which the name is applied, and when it is positive and is looked on as united to and existing in the thing to which the denomination is given, or else it arises from the respect the mind finds in it to something distinct from it, with which it considers it, and then it includes a relation. Another sort of relative terms there is, which are not looked on to be either relative or so much as external denominations, which yet, under the form and appearance of signifying something absolute in the subject, do conceal a tacit, though less observable, relation. Such are the seemingly positive terms of old, great, imperfect, etc., whereof I shall have occasion to speak more at large in the following chapters. This further may be observed that the ideas of relation may be the same in men who have far different ideas of the things that are related, or that are thus compared, v.g., those who have far different ideas of a man may yet agree in the notion of a father, which is a notion superinduced to the substance or man and refers only to an act of that thing called man whereby he contributed to the generation of one of his own kind, let man be what it will. The nature, therefore, of relation consists in the referring or comparing two things one to another, from which comparison one or both comes to be denominated, and if either of those things be removed or cease to be, the relation ceases and the denomination consequent to it, though the other receive in itself no alteration at all, v.g. Caius, whom I consider today as a father, ceases to be so tomorrow only by the death of his son, without any alteration made in himself, nay, barely by the mind's changing the object to which it compares anything. The same thing is capable of having contrary denominations at the same time. V.g. Caius, compared to several persons, may truly be said to be older and younger, stronger and weaker, etc. Whatsoever doth or can exist or be considered as one thing is positive, and so not only simple ideas and substances but modes also are positive beings, though the parts of which they consist are very often relative one to another, but the whole together considered as one thing and producing in us the complex idea of one thing, which idea is in our minds as one picture, though an aggregate of diverse parts, and under one name it is a positive or absolute thing or idea. Thus a triangle, though the parts thereof compared one to another be relative, yet the idea of the whole is a positive absolute idea. The same may be said of a family, a tune, etc., for there can be no relation but betwixt two things considered as two things. There must always be in relation two ideas or things, either in themselves really separate or considered as distinct, and then a ground or occasion for their comparison. Concerning relation in general, these things may be considered. First, that there is no one thing, whether simple ideas, substance, mode, or relation, or name of either of them, which is not capable of almost an infinite number of considerations in reference to other things. And therefore this makes no small part of men's thoughts and words, v.g. one single man may at once be concerned in and sustain all these following relations and many more, viz. Father, brother, son, grandfather, grandson, father-in-law, son-in-law, husband, friend, enemy, subject, general, judge, patron, client, professor, European, Englishman, islander, servant, master, possessor, captain, superior, inferior, bigger, less, older, younger, contemporary, like, unlike, etc., to an almost infinite number, he being capable of as many relations as there can be occasions of comparing him to other things in any manner of agreement, disagreement, or respect whatsoever. For, as I said, relation is a way of comparing or considering two things together, and giving one or both of them some appellation from that comparison, and sometimes giving even the relation itself a name. Secondly, this further may be considered concerning relation, that though it be not contained in the real essence, the real existence of things, but something extraneous and superinduced, yet the ideas which relative words stand for are often clearer and more distinct than of those substances to which they do belong. The notion we have of a father or brother is a great deal clearer and more distinct than that we have of a man, or, if you will, paternity is a thing whereof it is easier to have a clear idea than of humanity, and I can much easier conceive what a friend is than what God, because the knowledge of one action or one simple idea is oftentimes sufficient to give me the notion of a relation, but to the knowing of any substantial being, an accurate collection of sundry ideas is necessary. A man, if he compares two things together, can hardly be supposed not to know what it is, wherein he compares them, so that when he compares any things together, he cannot but have a very clear idea of that relation. The ideas then of relations are capable at least of being more perfect and distinct in our minds than those of substances, because it is commonly hard to know all the simple ideas which are really in any substance, but for the most part easy enough to know the simple ideas that make up any relation I think on or have a name for, e.g., comparing two men in reference to one common parent. It is very easy to frame the ideas of brothers without having yet the perfect idea of a man. For significant relative words as well as others standing only for ideas, and those being all either simple or made up of simple ones, it suffices for the knowing the precise idea the relative term stands for to have a clear conception of that which is the foundation of the relation, which may be done without having a perfect and clear idea of the thing it is attributed to. Thus, having the notion that one laid the egg out of which the other was hatched, I have a clear idea of the relation of dam and chick between the two cassowaries in St. James Park, though perhaps I have but a very obscure and imperfect idea of those birds themselves. Thirdly, though there be a great number of considerations wherein things may be compared one with another, and so a multitude of relations, yet they all terminate in and are concerned about those simple ideas either of sensation or reflection, which I think to be the whole materials of all our knowledge. To clear this, I shall show it in the most considerable relations that we have any notion of, and in some that seem to be the most remote from sense or reflection, which yet will appear to have their ideas from thence, and leave it past doubt that the notions we have of them are but certain simple ideas, and so originally derived from sense or reflection. Fourthly, that relation being the considering of one thing with another, which is extrinsical to it, it is evident that all words that necessarily lead the mind to any other ideas than are supposed really to exist in that thing to which the words are applied are relative words, e.g., a man, black, merry, thoughtful, thirsty, angry, extended. These and the like are all absolute, because they neither signify nor intimate anything but what does or is supposed really to exist in the man thus denominated. But father, brother, king, husband, blacker, merrier, etc. are words which, together with the thing they denominate, imply also something else, separate and exterior to the existence of that thing. Having laid down these premises concerning relation in general, I shall now proceed to show, in some instances, how all the ideas we have of relation are made up, as the others are, only of simple ideas, and that they all, how refined or remote from sense soever they seem, terminate at last in simple ideas. I shall begin with the most comprehensive relation, wherein all things that do or can exist are concerned, and that is the relation of cause and effect, the idea whereof, how derived from the two fountains of all our knowledge, sensation and reflection, I shall in the next place consider. Chapter 24 of Collective Ideas of Substances. Besides these complex ideas of several single substances, as of man, horse, gold, violet, apple, etc., the mind hath also complex collective ideas of substances, which I so call because such ideas are made up of many particular substances considered together as united into one idea, and which so joined are looked on as one. V.g. the idea of such a collection of men as make an army, though consisting of a great number of distinct substances, is as much one idea as the idea of a man, and the great collective idea of all bodies whatsoever, signified by the name world, is as much one idea as the idea of any the least particle of matter in it. It sufficing to the unity of any idea that it be considered as one representation or picture, though made up of never so many particulars. These collective ideas of substances the mind makes by its power of composition, and uniting severally either simple or complex ideas into one, as it does by the same faculty make the complex ideas of particular substances consisting of an aggregate of diverse simple ideas united in one substance, and as the mind, by putting together the repeated ideas of unity, makes the collective mode or complex idea of any number as a score or a gross, etc., so by putting together several particular substances it makes collective ideas of substances as a troop, an army, a swarm, a city, a fleet, each of which everyone finds that he represents to his own mind by one idea in one view, and so under that notion considers those several things as perfectly one, as one ship or one atom. Nor is it harder to conceive how an army of 10,000 men should make one idea than how a man should make one idea, it being as eyes to the mind to unite into one the idea of a great number of men and consider it as one, as it is to unite into one particular all the distinct ideas that make up the composition of a man and consider them all together as one. Amongst such kind of collective ideas are to be counted most part of artificial things, at least such of them as are made up of distinct substances. And in truth, if we consider all these collective ideas aright as army, constellation, universe, as they are united into so many single ideas, they are but the artificial drafts of the mind, bringing things very remote and independent on one another into one view, the better to contemplate and discourse of them, united into one conception and signified by one name. For there are no things so remote, nor so contrary, which the mind cannot, by this art of composition, bring into one idea, as is visible and that signified by the name universe. Chapter 26 of Cause and Effect and Other Relations. In the notice that our senses take of the constant vicissitude of things, we cannot but observe that several particular both qualities and substances begin to exist, that they receive their existence from the due application and operation of some other being. From this observation we get our ideas of cause and effect. That which produces any simple or complex idea we denote by the general name cause, and that which is produced effect. Thus, finding that in that substance which we call wax fluidity, which is a simple idea that was not in it before, is constantly produced by the application of a certain degree of heat, we call the simple idea of heat in relation to fluidity in wax the cause of it, the fluidity the effect. So also finding that the substance wood, which is a certain collection of simple ideas so called by the application of fire, is turned into another substance called ashes, i.e. another complex idea consisting of a collection of simple ideas quite different from that complex idea which we call wood. We consider fire in relation to ashes as cause and the ashes as effect, so that whatever is considered by us to conduce or operate to the producing any particular simple idea or collection of simple ideas, whether substance or mode, which did not before exist, hath thereby in our minds the relation of a cause, and so is denominated by us. Having thus, from what our senses are able to discover in the operations of bodies on one another, got the notion of cause and effect, viz. that a cause is that which makes any other thing, either simple idea, substance or mode, begin to be, and an effect is that which had its beginning from some other thing. The mind finds no great difficulty to distinguish the several originals of things into two sorts. First, when the thing is wholly made new, so that no part thereof did ever exist before, as when a new particle of matter doth begin to exist in rerum natura, which had before no being, and this we call creation. Secondly, when a thing is made up of particles which did all of them before exist, but that very thing so constituted of pre-existing particles which, considered altogether, make up such a collection of simple ideas, had not any existence before, as this man, this egg, rose or cherry, etc. And this, when referred to as substance produced in the ordinary course of nature by internal principle, but set on work by and received from some external agent or cause, and working by insensible ways which we perceive not, we call generation. When the cause is extrinsical and the effect produced by a sensible separation or juxtaposition of discernible parts, we call it making, and such are all artificial things. When any simple idea is produced, which was not in that subject before, we call it alteration. Thus, a man is generated, a picture made, and either of them altered. When any new sensible quality or simple idea is produced in either of them which was not there before, and the things thus made to exist which were not there before are effects, and those things which operated to the existence causes, in which and all other cases we may observe that the notion of cause and effect has its rise from ideas received by sensation or reflection, and that this relation, how comprehensive soever, terminates at last in them. For to have the idea of cause and effect, it suffices to consider any simple idea or substance as beginning to exist by the operation of some other, without knowing the manner of that operation. Time and place are also the foundations of very large relations, and all finite beings, at least, are concerned in them. But having already shown in another place how we get those ideas, it may suffice here to intimate that most of the denominations of things received from time are only relations. Thus, when anyone says that Queen Elizabeth lived 69 and reigned 45 years, these words import only the relation of that duration to some other, and mean no more but this, that the duration of her existence was equal to 69, the duration of her government to 45 annual revolutions of the sun, and so are all words answering how long. Again, William the Conqueror invaded England about the year 1066, which means this, that taking the duration from our Saviour's time till now for one entire great length of time, it shows at what distance this invasion was from the two extremes, and so do all words of time answering to the question when, which show only the distance of any point of time from the period of a longer duration from which we measure, and to which we thereby consider it as related. There are yet, besides those other words of time that ordinarily are thought to stand for positive ideas, which yet will, when considered, be found to be relative, such as are young, old, etc., which include and intimate the relation anything has to a certain length of duration, whereof we have the idea in our minds. Thus, having settled in our thoughts the idea of the ordinary duration of a man to be 70 years, when we say a man is young, we mean that his age is yet but a small part of that which usually men attain to, and when we denominate him old, we mean that his duration is run out almost to the end of that which men do not usually exceed. And so it is but comparing the particular age or duration of this or that man to the idea of that duration which we have in our minds as ordinarily belonging to that sort of animals, which is plain in the application of these names to other things. For a man is called young at 20 years and very young at 7 years old, but yet a horse we call old at 20 and a dog at 7 years, because in each of these we compare their age to different ideas of duration which are settled in our minds as belonging to these several sorts of animals in the ordinary course of nature. But the sun and stars, though they have outlasted several generations of men, we call not old, because we do not know what period God hath set to that sort of being, this term belonging properly to those things which we can observe in the ordinary course of things by a natural decay to come to an end in a certain period of time, and so have in our minds, as it were, a standard to which we can compare the several parts of their duration, and by the relation they bear thereunto, call them young or old, which we cannot therefore do to a ruby or a diamond, things whose usual periods we know not. The relation also that things have to one another in their places and distances is very obvious to observe, as above, below, a mile distant from Charing Cross in England and in London, by as in duration, so in extension and bulk, there are some ideas that are relative which we signify by names that are thought positive, as great and little are truly relations. For here also, having by observation settled in our minds the ideas of the bigness of several species of things from those we have been most accustomed to, we make them, as it were, the standards whereby to denominate the bulk of others. Thus we call a great apple such such a one as is bigger than the ordinary sort of those we have been used to, and a little horse, such a one as comes not up to the size of that idea which we have in our minds to belong ordinarily to horses, and that will be a great horse to a Welshman, which is but a little one to a Fleming, they too having, from the different breed of their countries, taken several sized ideas to which they compare, and in relation to which they denominate their great and their little. So likewise weak and strong are but relative denominations of power compared to some ideas we have at that time of greater or less power. Thus, when we say a weak man, we mean one that has not so much strength or power to move as usually men have, or usually those of his size have, which is a comparing his strength to the idea we have of the usual strength of men, or men of such a size. The like when we say the creatures are all weak things, weak there is but a relative term signifying the disproportion there is in the power of God and the creatures, and so abundance of words in ordinary speech stand only for relations, and perhaps the greatest part, which at first sight seem to have no such signification, v.g. the ship has necessary stores. Necessary and stores are both relative words, one having a relation to the accomplishing the voyage intended, and the other to future use, all which relations, how they are confined to and terminate in ideas derived from sensation or reflection, is too obvious to need any explication. Chapter 27 of Identity and Diversity. Another occasion the mind often takes of comparing is the very being of things when considering anything as existing at any determined time and place. We compare it with itself existing at another time, and thereon form the ideas of identity and diversity. When we see anything to be in any place, in any instant of time, we are sure, be it what it will, that it is that very thing and not another which at the same time exists in another place, how like and undistinguishable soever it may be in all other respects. And in this consists identity, when the ideas it is attributed to vary not at all from what they were that moment wherein we consider their former existence, and to which we compare the present. For we never finding nor conceiving it possible that two things of the same kind should exist in the same place at the same time, we rightly conclude that whatever exists anywhere at any time excludes all of the same kind and is there itself alone. When therefore we demand whether anything be the same or no, it refers always to something that existed at such a time and such a place, which it was certain at that instant was the same with itself and no other. From whence it follows that one thing cannot have two beginnings of existence, nor two things one beginning, it being impossible for two things of the same kind to be or exist in the same instant in the very same place, or one and the same thing in different places. That, therefore, that had one beginning is the same thing, and that which had a different beginning in time and place from that is not the same thing, is not the same, but diverse. That which has made the difficulty about this relation has been the little care and attention used in having precise notions of the things to which it is attributed. We have the ideas but of three sorts of substances: 1, God; 2, finite intelligence; 3, bodies. First, God is without beginning, eternal, unalterable, and everywhere, and therefore concerning his identity there can be no doubt. Secondly, finite spirits, having had each its determinate time and place of beginning to exist, the relation to that time and place will always determine to each of them its identity as long as it exists. Thirdly, the same will hold of every particle of matter, to which no addition nor subtraction of matter being made, it is the same. For though these three sorts of substances, as we term them, do not exclude one another out of the same place, yet we cannot conceive but that they must necessarily each of them exclude any of the same kind out of the same place, or else the notions and names of identity and diversity would be in vain, and there could be no such distinctions of substances or anything else one from another. For example, could two bodies be in the same place at the same time? Then those two parcels of matter must be one and the same. Take them great or little, nigh all bodies must be one and the same. For by the same reason that two particles of matter may be in one place, all bodies may be in one place, which, when it can be supposed, takes away the distinction of identity and diversity of one and more, and renders it ridiculous. But it being a contradiction that two or more should be one, identity and diversity are relations and ways of comparing well-founded and of use to the understanding. All other things being but modes or relations ultimately terminated in substances, the identity and diversity of each particular existence of them too will be by the same way determined only as to things whose existence is in succession, such as are the actions of finite beings, v.g. motion and thought, both which consist in a continued train of succession. Concerning their diversity there can be no question, because each perishing the moment it begins, they cannot exist in different times or in different places, as permanent beings can at different times exist in distant places, and therefore no motion or thought considered as at different times can be the same, each part thereof having a different beginning of existence. From what has been said, it is easy to discover what is so much inquired after, the principium individuationis, and that it is plain in is existence itself, which determines a being of any sort to a particular time and place, incommunicable to two beings of the same kind. This, though it seems easier to conceive in simple substances or modes, yet, when reflected on, is not more difficult in compound ones, if care be taken to what it is applied, v.g. let us suppose an atom, i.e. a continued body under one immutable superficies, existing in a determined time and place. It is evident that, considered in any instant of its existence, it is in that instant the same with itself, for being in that instant what it is and nothing else, it is the same, and so must continue as long as its existence is continued, for so long it will be the same and no other. In like manner, if two or more atoms be joined together into the same mass, every one of those atoms will be the same by the foregoing rule, and whilst they exist united together, the mass consisting of the same atoms must be the same mass or the same body, let the parts be ever so differently jumbled. But if one of these atoms be taken away, or one new one added, it is no longer the same mass or the same body. In the state of living creatures, their identity depends not on a mass of the same particles, but on something else, for in them the variation of great parcels of matter alters not the identity. An oak growing from a plant to a great tree and then lopped is still the same oak, and a colt growing up to a horse, sometimes fat, sometimes lean, is all the while the same horse, though in both these cases there may be a manifest change of the parts, so that truly they are not either of them the same masses of matter, though they be truly one of them the same oak and the other the same horse. The reason whereof is that in these two cases, a mass of matter and a living body, identity is not applied to the same thing. We must therefore consider wherein an oak differs from a mass of matter, and that seems to me to be in this, that the one is only the cohesion of particles of matter, and anyhow united, the other such a disposition of them as constitutes the parts of an oak, and such an organization of those parts as is fit to receive and distribute nourishment, so as to continue and frame the wood, bark, and leaves, etc., of an oak, in which consists the vegetable life. That being then one plant which has such an organization of parts in one coherent body, partaking of one common life, it continues to be the same plant as long as it partakes of the same life, though that life be communicated to new particles of matter vitally united to the living plant in a like continued organization, come conformable to that sort of plant. For this organization, being at any one instant in any one collection of matter, is in that particular concrete distinguished from all other, and is that individual life which existing constantly from that moment both forwards and backwards in the same continuity of insensibly succeeding parts united to the living body of the plant. It has that identity which makes the same plant and all the parts of it parts of the same plant during all the time that they exist united in that continued organization, which is fit to convey that common life to all the parts so united. The case is not so much different in brutes, but that anyone may hence see what makes an animal and continues in the same. Something we have like this in machines and may serve to illustrate it. For example, what is a watch? It is plain it is nothing but a fit organization or construction of parts to a certain end, which, when a sufficient force is added to it, it is capable to attain. If we would suppose this machine one continued body, all whose organized parts were repaired, increased, or diminished by a constant addition or separation of insensible parts with one common life, we should have something very much like the body of an animal, with this difference that in an animal the fitness of the organization and the motion wherein life consists begin together, the motion coming from within, but in machines the force coming sensibly from without is often away when the organ is in order and well fitted to receive it. This also shows wherein the identity of the same man consists, viz. in nothing but a participation of the same continued life by constantly fleeting particles of matter in succession vitally united to the same organized body. He that shall place the identity of man in anything else but like that of other animals, in one fitly organized body taken in any one instant, and from thence continued under one organization of life in several successively fleeting particles of matter united to it, will find it hard to make an embryo, one of years, mad and sober, the same man, by any supposition that will not make it possible for Seth, Ismael, Socrates, Pilate, Saint Austin, and Caesar Borgia to be the same man. For if the identity of soul alone makes the same man, and there be nothing in the nature of matter why the same individual spirit may not be united to different bodies, it will be possible that those men living in distant ages and of different tempers may have been the same man, which way of speaking must be from a very strange use of the word man applied to an idea out of which body and shape are excluded, and that way of speaking would agree yet worse with the notions of those philosophers who allow of transmigration and are of opinion that the souls of men may, for their miscarriages, be detruded into the bodies of beasts as fit habitations, with organs suited to the satisfaction of their brutal inclinations. But yet I think nobody, could he be sure that the soul of Heliogabalus were in one of his hogs, would yet say that hog were a man or Heliogabalus. It is not, therefore, unity of substance that comprehends all sorts of identity or will determine it in every case, but to conceive and judge of it aright, we must consider what idea the word it is applied to stands for. It being one thing to be the same substance, another the same man, and the third the same person, if person, man, and substance are three names standing for three different ideas. For such as is the idea belonging to that name, such must be the identity which, if it had been a little more carefully attended to, would possibly have prevented a great deal of that confusion which often occurs about this matter, with no small seeming difficulties, especially concerning personal identity, which therefore we shall in the next place a little consider. An animal is a living organized body, and consequently the same animal, as we have observed, is the same continued life communicated to different particles of matter as they happen successively to be united to that organized living body. And whatever is talked of other definitions, ingenious observation puts it past doubt that the idea in our minds of which the sound man in our mouths is the sign is nothing else but of an animal of such a certain form. Since I think I may be confident that whoever should see a creature of his own shape or make, though it had no more reason all its life than a cat or a parrot, would call him still a man. Whoever should hear a cat or a parrot discourse, reason, and philosophize, would call or think it nothing but a cat or a parrot, and say, the one was a dull, irrational man, and the other a very intelligent, rational parrot. A relation we have in an author of great note is sufficient to countenance the supposition of a rational parrot. His words are, Temple's memoirs of what passed in Christendom being 1672 to 1679, 1692 pp 57 to 60. I had a mind to know from Prince Maurice's own mouth the account of a common but much credited story that I had heard so often from many others of an old parrot he had in Brazil during his government there, that spoke and asked and answered common questions like a reasonable creature, so that those of his train there generally concluded it to be witchery or possession, and one of his chaplains, who lived long afterwards in Holland, would never from that time endure a parrot, but said they all had a devil in them. I had heard many particulars of the story, and as severed by people hard to be discredited, which made me ask Prince Maurice what there was of it. He said with his usual plainness and dryness in talk, there was something true, but a great deal false of what had been reported. I desired to know of him what there was of the first. He told me short and coldly that he had heard of such an old parrot when he had been at Brazil, and though he believed nothing of it, and it was a good way off, yet he had so much curiosity as to send for it, that it was a very great and very old one, and when it came first into the room where the prince was, with a great many Dutchmen about him, it said presently, what a company of white men are here. They asked it what it thought that man was, pointing to the prince. It answered, some general or other. When they brought it close to him, he asked, "Thou venes vos?" It answered, "De marin nan." The prince, "E qui estes vos?" The parrot, "E un Portuguese." The prince, "Que fais tu la parrot?" "Je garde les polis." The prince laughed and said, "Vos gardes les polis." The parrot answered, "Oi moi, et je sky bien fair." Made it chuck 4 or 5 times that people used to make to chickens when they called them. I set down the words of this worthy dialogue in French, just as Prince Maurice said them to me. I asked him in what language the parrot spoke, and he said in Brazilian. I asked whether he understood Brazilian. He said no, but he had taken care to have 2 interpreters by him, the one a Dutchman that spoke Brazilian, and the other a Brazilian that spoke Dutch. That he asked them separately and privately, and both of them agreed in telling him just the same thing that the parrot had said. I cannot but tell this old story because it is so much out of the way and from the first hand, and what may pass for a good one, for I dare say this prince at least believed himself in all he told me, having ever passed for a very honest and pious man. I leave it to naturalists to reason, and to other men to believe as they please upon it. However, it is not, perhaps, amiss to relieve or enliven a busy scene sometimes with great digressions, whether to the purpose or no. I have taken care that the reader should have the story at large in the author's own words, because he seems to me not to have thought it incredible, for it cannot be imagined that so able a man as he, who had sufficiency enough to warrant all the testimonies he gives of himself, should take so much pains in a place where it had nothing to do, to pin so close not only on a man whom he mentions as his friend, but on a prince in whom he acknowledges very great history, very great honesty and piety, a story which, if he himself thought incredible, he could not but also think ridiculous. The prince, it is plain, who vouches the story, and our author, who relates it from him, both of them called this talker a parrot, and I ask anyone else who thinks such a story fit to be told, whether if this parrot and all of its kind had always talked as we have a prince's word for it, this one did, whether I say they would not have passed for a race of rational animals, but yet whether for all that they would have been allowed to be men and not parrots. For I presume it is not the idea of a thinking or rational being alone that makes the idea of a man in most people's sense, but that of a body so and so shaped joined to it. And if that be the idea of a man, the same successive body, not shifted all at once, must, as well as the same immaterial spirit, go to the making of the same man. This being premised, to find wherein personal identity consists, we must consider what person stands for, which I think is a thinking, intelligent being that has a reason and reflection and can consider itself as itself the same thinking thing in different times and places, which it does only by that consciousness which is inseparable from thinking and, as it seems to me, essential to it. It being impossible for any one to perceive without perceiving that he does perceive. When we see, hear, smell, taste, feel, meditate, or will anything, we know that we do so. Thus it is always as to our present sensations and perceptions, and by this everyone is to himself that which he calls self. It not being considered in this case whether the same self will be continued in the same or driven substances, for since consciousness always accompanies thinking, and it is that which makes everyone to be what he calls self, and thereby distinguishes himself from all other thinking things. In this alone consists personal identity, i.e. the sameness of a rational being, and as far as this consciousness can be extended backwards to any past action or thought, so far reaches the identity of that person. It is the same self now it was then, and it is by the same self with this present one that now reflects on it that that action was done. But it is further inquired whether it be the same identical substance. This few would think they had reason to doubt of, if those perceptions with their consciousness always remained present in the mind, whereby the same thinking thing would be always consciously present, and as would be thought evidently the same to itself. But that which seems to make the difficulty in this, that this consciousness being interrupted always by forgetfulness, there being no moment of our lives wherein we have the whole train of all our past actions before our eyes in one view, but even the best memories losing the sight of one part whilst they are viewing another. And we sometimes, and then that the greatest part of our lives not reflecting on our past selves, being intent on our present thoughts, and in sound sleep having no thoughts at all, or at least none, with that consciousness which remarks our waking thoughts. I say, in all these cases, our consciousness being interrupted and we losing the sight of our past selves, doubts are raised whether we are the same thinking thing, i.e. the same substance, or no. Which, however, reasonable or unreasonable, concerns not personal identity at all, the question being what makes the same person, and not whether it is the same identical substance, which always things in the same person, which in this case matters not at all. Different substances by the same consciousness, where they do partake in it, being united into one person, as well as different bodies by the same life are united into one animal, whose identity is preserved in that change of substances by the unity of one continued life. For it being the same consciousness that makes a man be himself to himself, personal identity depends on that only, whether it be annexed solely to one individual substance or can be continued in a succession of several substances.
For as far as any intelligent being can repeat the idea of any past action with the same consciousness it had of it at first, and with the same consciousness it has of any present action, so far it is the same person's self. For it is by the consciousness it has of its present thoughts and actions that it is self to itself now, and so will be the same self as far as the same consciousness can extend to actions past or to come, and would be by distance of time or change of substance no more two persons than a man be two men by wearing other clothes today than he did yesterday, with a long or a short sleep between, the same consciousness uniting those distant actions into the same person, whatever substance has contributed to their production. That this is so, we have some kind of evidence in our very bodies, all whose particles whilst vitally united to the same thinking conscious self, so that we feel when they are touched, and are affected by and conscious of good or harm that happens to them as a part of ourselves, i.e. of our thinking conscious self. Thus the limbs of his body are to everyone a part of himself. He sympathizes and is concerned for them. Cut off a hand, and thereby separated from that consciousness he had of its heat, cold, and other affections, and it is then no longer a part of that which is himself, any more than the remotest part of matter. Thus we see the substance whereof personal self consisted at one time may be varied at another without the change of personal identity, there being no question about the same person, though the limbs which but now were a part of it be cut off. But the question is, whether if the same substance which things be changed, it can be the same person, or remaining the same, it can be different persons. And to this I answer, first, this can be no question at all to those who place thought in a purely material animal constitution void of an immaterial substance. For, whether their supposition be true or no, it is plain they conceive personal identity preserved in something else than identity of substance, as animal identity is preserved in identity of life and not of substance. And therefore those who place thinking in an immaterial substance only before they can come to deal with these men must show why personal identity cannot be preserved in the change of immaterial substances or variety of particular immaterial substances, as well as animal identity is preserved in the change of material substances or variety of particular bodies, unless they will say it is one immaterial spirit that makes the same life in brutes, as it is one immaterial spirit that makes the same person in men, which the Cartesians at least will not admit for fear of making brutes thinking things too. But next, as to the first part of the question, whether if the same thinking substance, supposing immaterial substance is only to think, be changed, it can be the same person, I answer, that cannot be resolved but by those who know what kind of substances they are that do think, and whether the consciousness of past actions can be transferred from one thinking substance to another. I grant where the same consciousness, the same individual action, it could not, but it being a present representation of a past action, why it may not be possible that may be represented to the mind to have been, which really never was, will remain to be shown. And therefore, how far the consciousness of past actions is annexed to any individual agent, so that another cannot possibly have it, will be hard for us to determine, till we know what kind of action it is that cannot be done without a reflex act of perception accompanying it, and how performed by thinking substances who cannot think without being conscious of it. But that which we call the same consciousness, not being the same individual act, why one intellectual substance may not have represented to it, as done by itself, what it never did and was perhaps done by some other agent, why I say such a representation may not possibly be without reality of matter of fact. as well as several representations in dreams are, which yet whilst dreaming we take for true, will be difficult to conclude from the nature of things, and that it never is so will by us till we have clearer views of the nature of thinking substances be best resolved into the goodness of God, who, as far as the happiness or misery of any of his sensible creatures is concerned in it, will not, by a fatal error of theirs, transfer from one to another that consciousness which draws reward or punishment with it. How far this may be an argument against those who would place thinking in a system of fleeting animal spirits, I leave to be considered. But yet, to return to the question before us, it must be allowed that if the same consciousness, which, as has been shown, is quite a different thing from the same numerical figure or motion in body, can be transferred from one thinking substance to another, it will be possible that two thinking substances may take but one person. For the same consciousness being preserved, whether in the same or different substances, the personal identity is preserved. As to the second part of the question, whether the same immaterial substance remaining, there may be two distinct persons, which person seems to me to be built on this, whether the same immaterial being conscious of the action of its past duration may be wholly stripped of all the consciousness of its past existence, and lose it beyond the power of ever retrieving it again, and so, as it were beginning a new account from a new period, have a consciousness that cannot reach beyond this new state. All those who hold pre-existence are evidently of this mind, since they allow the soul to have no remaining consciousness of what it did in that pre-existent state, either wholly separate from body or informing any other body, and if they should not, it is plain experience would be against them, so that personal identity, reaching no further than consciousness reaches, a pre-existent spirit not having continued so many ages in a state of silence, must needs make different persons. Suppose a Christian Platonist or a Pythagorean should, upon God's having ended all his works of creation the seventh day, think his soul hath existed ever since, and should imagine it has revolved in several human bodies, as I once met with one who was persuaded his had been the soul of Socrates. How reasonably I will not dispute. This I know, that in the post he filled, which was no inconsiderable one, he passed for a very rational man, and the press has shown that he wanted not parts or learning. Would anyone say that he, being not conscious of any of Socrates' actions or thoughts, could be the same person with Socrates? Let anyone reflect upon himself and conclude that he has in himself an immaterial spirit, which is that which thinks in him, and in the constant change of his body keeps him the same, and is what which he calls himself. Let him also suppose it to be the same soul that was in Nestor or Thersites at the siege of Troy, for souls being, as far as we know anything of them, in their nature indifferent to any parcel of matter, the supposition has no apparent absurdity in it, which it may have been, as well as it is now, the soul of any other man. But he, now having no consciousness of any of the actions either of Nestor or Thersites, does or can he conceive himself the same person with either of them? Can he be concerned in either of their actions, attribute them to himself, or think them his own more than the actions of any other men that ever existed? So that this consciousness not reaching to any of the actions of either of those men, he is no more oneself with either of them than if the soul or immaterial spirit that now informs him had been created and began to exist when it began to inform his present body. Though it were never so true that the same spirit that informed Nestor's or Thersites' body were numerically the same that now informs his, for this would be no more make him the same person with Nestor than if some of the particles of matter that were once a part of Nestor were now a part of this man. The same same immaterial substance without the same consciousness, no more making the same person by being united to any body, than the same particle of matter without consciousness united to any body makes the same person. But let him once find himself conscious of any of the actions of Nestor, he then finds himself the same person with Nestor. And thus may we be able, without any difficulty, to conceive the same person at the resurrection, though in a body not exactly in make or parts the same which he had here, the same consciousness going along with the soul that inhabits it, but yet the soul alone and the change of bodies would scarce to anyone but to him that makes the soul the man be enough to make the same man. For should the soul of a prince, carrying with it the consciousness of the prince's past life, enter and inform the body of a cobbler, as soon as deserted by his own soul everyone sees, he would be the same person with the prince, accountable only for the prince's actions. But who would say it was the same man? The body too goes to the thinking, goes to the making the man, and would, I guess, to everybody determine the man in this case, wherein the soul, with all its princely thoughts about it, would not make another man, but he would be the same cobbler to every one besides himself. I know that, in the ordinary way of speaking, the same person and the same man stand for one and the same thing, and indeed everyone will always have a liberty to speak as he pleases, and to apply what articulate sounds to what ideas he thinks fit, and change them as often as he pleases. But yet, when we will inquire what makes the same spirit, man, or person, we must fix the ideas of spirit, man, or person in our minds, and having resolved with ourselves what we mean by them, it will not be hard to determine in either of them or the like when it is the same and when not. But though the same immaterial substance or soul does not alone, wherever it be and in whatsoever state, make the same man, yet it is plain consciousness, as far as ever it can be extended, should it be to ages past, unites existences and actions very remote in time into the same person, as well as it does the existences and actions of the immediately preceding moment, so that whatever has the consciousness of present and past actions is the same person to whom they both belong. Had I the same consciousness that I saw the Ark and Noah's flood, as that I saw an overflowing of the Thames last winter, or as that I write now, I could no more doubt that I who write this now, that saw the Thames overflowed last year, and that viewed the flood at the general deluge, was the same self. Place that self in what substance you please, than that I who write this am the same myself now whilst I write, whether I consist of all the same substance, material or immaterial, or no, that I was yesterday. For as to this point of being the same self, it matters not whether this present self be made up of the same or other substances, I being as much concerned and as justly accountable for any action that was done 1,000 years since, appropriated to me now by this self-consciousness, as I am for what I did the last moment. Self is that conscious thinking thing, whatever substance made up of, whether spiritual or material, simple or compounded, it matters not, which is sensible or conscious of pleasure and pain, capable of happiness or misery, and so is concerned for itself as far as that consciousness extends. Thus everyone finds that, whilst comprehended under that consciousness, the little finger is as much a part of himself as what is most so. Upon separation of this little finger, should this consciousness go along with the little finger and leave the rest of the body, it is evident the little finger would be the person, the same person, and self then would have nothing to do with the rest of the body.
as in this case it is the consciousness that goes along with the substance when one part is separate from another, which makes the same person and constitutes this inseparable self. So it is in reference to substances remote in time, that with which the consciousness of this present thinking thing can join itself, makes the same person and is one self with it and with nothing else, and so attributes to itself and owns all the actions of that thing as its own, as far as that consciousness reaches, and no further, as everyone who reflects will perceive. In this personal identity is founded all right and justice of reward and punishment, happiness and misery being that for which everyone is concerned for himself, not mattering what becomes of any substance not joined to or affected with that consciousness. For, as it is evident in the instance I gave but now, if the consciousness went along with the little finger when it was cut off, that would be the same self which was concerned for the whole body yesterday, as making part of itself, whose actions then it cannot but admit as its own now. Though if the same body should still live, and immediately from the separation of the little finger have its own peculiar consciousness, whereof the little finger knew nothing, it would not at all be concerned for it as a part of itself, or could own any of its actions, or have any of them imputed to him. This may show us wherein personal identity consists not in the identity of substance, but, as I have said, in the identity of consciousness, wherein if Socrates and the present mayor of Queenborough agree, they are the same person. If the same Socrates, waking and sleeping, do not partake of the same consciousness, Socrates waking and sleeping is not the same person, and to punish Socrates waking for what sleeping Socrates thought and waking Socrates was never conscious of would be no more of right than to punish one twin for what his brother twin did, whereof he knew nothing, because their outsides were so like that they could not be distinguished, for such twins have been seen. But yet possibly it will still be objected, suppose I wholly lose the memory of some parts of my life beyond the possibility of retrieving them, so that perhaps I shall never be conscious of them again. Yet am I not the same person that did those actions, had those thoughts that I once was conscious of, though I have now forgot them? To which I answer that we must here take notice what the word I is applied to, which in this case is the man only, and the same man being presumed to be the same person, I is easily here supposed to stand also for the same person. But if it be possible for the same man to have distinct, incommunicable consciousness at different times, it is past doubt the same man would at different times make different persons, which we see is the sense of mankind in the solemnest declaration of their opinions, human laws not punishing the madman for the sober man's actions, nor the sober man for what the madman did, thereby making them two persons, which is somewhat explained by our way of speaking in English when we say such an one is not himself or is beside himself, in which phrases it is insinuated as if those who now, or at least first used them, thought that self was changed, the self-same person was no longer in that man. But yet it is hard to conceive that Socrates, the same individual man, should be two persons. To help us a little in this, we must consider what is meant by Socrates, or the same individual man, first. It must be either the same individual immaterial thinking substance, in short, the same numerical soul and nothing else. Secondly, or the same animal without any regard to any material soul. Thirdly, or the same immaterial spirit united to the same animal. Now take which of these suppositions you please, it is impossible to make personal identity to consist in anything but consciousness, or reach any further than that does. For by the first of them it must be allowed possible that a man born of difficult women and in distant times may be the same man, a way of speaking which whoever admits must allow it possible for the same man to be two distinct persons, as any two that have lived in different ages without the knowledge of one another's thoughts. By the second and third, Socrates in this life and after it cannot be the same man anyway, but by the same consciousness, and so making human identity to consist in the same thing wherein we place personal identity, there will be no difficulty to allow the same man to be the same person. But then they who place human identity in consciousness only and not in something else must consider how they will make the infant Socrates the same man with Socrates after the resurrection. But whatsoever to some men makes a man, and consequently the same individual man, wherein perhaps few agreed, personal identity can by us be replaced in nothing but consciousness, which is that alone which makes what we call self, without involving us in great absurdities. But is not a man drunk and sober the same person? Why else is he punished for the fact he commits when drunk, though he be never afterwards conscious of it? Just as much the same person as a man that walks and does other things in his sleep is the same person and is answerable for any mischief he shall do in it. Human laws punish both with a justice suitable to their way of knowledge, because in these cases they cannot distinguish certainly what is real, what counterfeit, and so the ignorance in drunkenness or sleep is not admitted as a plea. For though punishment be annexed to personality and personality to consciousness, and the drunkard perhaps be not conscious of what he did, yet human judicatures justly punish him because the fact is proved against him. But want of consciousness cannot be proved for him. But in the great day, wherein the secrets of all hearts shall be laid open, it may be reasonable to think no one shall be made to answer for what he knows nothing of, but shall receive his doom, his conscience accusing or excusing him. Nothing but consciousness can unite remote existences into the same person. The identity of substance will not do it, for whatever substance there is, however framed, without consciousness there is no person, and a carcass may be a person as well as any sort of substance be so without consciousness. Could we suppose two distinct incommunicable consciousnesses acting the same body, the one constantly by day, the other by night, and on the other side the same consciousness acting by intervals, two distinct bodies? I ask, in the first case, whether the day and the night man would not be two as distinct persons as Socrates and Plato, and whether in the second case there would not be one person in two distinct bodies, as much as one man is the same in two distinct clothings. Nor is it at all material to say that this same and this distinct consciousness in the cases above mentioned is owing to the same and distinct immaterial substances, bringing it with them to those bodies, which, whether true or no, alters not the case, since it is evident the personal identity would equally be determined by the consciousness, whether that consciousness were annexed to some individual immaterial substance or no. For, granting that the thinking substance in man must be necessarily supposed immaterial, it is evident that immaterial thinking thing may sometimes part with its past consciousness and be restored to it again, as appears in the forgetfulness men often have of their past actions, and the mind many times recovers the memory of a past consciousness which it had lost for 20 years together. make these intervals of memory and forgetfulness to take their turns regularly by day and night, and you have two persons with the same immaterial spirit, as much as in the former instance two persons with the same body, so that self is not determined by identity or diversity of substance, which it cannot be sure of, but only by identity of consciousness. Indeed, it may conceive the substance whereof it is now made up to have existed formerly, united in the same conscious being, but consciousness removed, that substance is no more itself, or makes no more a part of it than any other substance, as is evident in the instance we have already given, a limb cut off, of whose heat or cold or other affections having no longer any consciousness, it is no more of a man's self than any other matter of the universe. In like manner, it will be in reference to any immaterial substance which is void of that consciousness whereby I am myself to myself. If there be any part of its existence which I cannot upon recollection join with that present consciousness whereby I am now myself, it is in that part of its existence no more myself than any other immaterial being. For whatsoever any substance has thought or done, which I cannot recollect, and by my consciousness make my own thought and action, it will no more belong to me, whether a part of me thought or did it, than if it had been thought or done by any other immaterial being anywhere existing. I agree. The more probable opinion is that this consciousness is annexed to and the affection of one individual immaterial substance. But let men, according to their diverse hypotheses, resolve of that as they please. This every intelligent being, sensible of happiness or misery, must grant that there is something that is himself, that he is concerned for and would have happy, that this self has existed in a continued duration more than one instant, and therefore it is possible may exist as it has done months and years to come, without any certain bounds to be set to its duration, and may be the same self by the same consciousness continued on for the future, and thus by this consciousness finds himself to be the same self which did such and such an action some years since, by which he comes to be happy or miserable now. In all which account of self, the same numerical substance is not considered as making the same self, but the same continued consciousness, in which several substances may have been united again, separated from it, which whilst they continued in a vital union with that wherein this consciousness then resided, made a part of that same self. Thus any part of our bodies vitally united to that which is conscious in us makes a part of ourselves, but upon separation from the vital union by which that consciousness is communicated, that which a moment since was part of ourselves is now no more so than a part of another man's self is a part of me, and it is not impossible but in a little time maybe become a real part of another person, and so we have the same numerical substance become a part of two different persons, and the same person preserved under the change of various substances. Could we suppose any spirit wholly stripped of all its memory or consciousness of past actions, as we find our minds always are of a great part of ours, and sometimes of them all, the union or separation of such a spiritual substance would make no variation of personal identity any more than that of any particle of matter does. Any substance virtually united to the present thinking being is a part of that very same self which now is. Anything united to it by a consciousness of former actions makes also a part of the same self which is the same both then and now.
Person, as I take it, is the name for the self. Wherever a man finds what he calls himself, there, I think, another may say, is the same person. It is a forensic term appropriating actions and their merit, and so belongs only to intelligent agents capable of a law and happiness and misery. This personality extends itself beyond present existence to what is past only by consciousness, whereby it becomes concerned and accountable, owns and imputes to itself past actions just upon the same ground and for the same reason as it does the present. All which is founded in a concern for happiness, the unavoidable concomitant of consciousness, that which is conscious of pleasure and pain, deciding that that self that is conscious should be happy, and therefore whatever past actions it cannot reconcile or appropriate to that present self by consciousness, it can be no more concerned in than if they had never been done, and to receive pleasure or pain, i.e. reward or punishment, on the account of any such action is all one as to be made happy or miserable in its first being without any demerit at all. For, supposing a man punished now for what he had done in another life, whereof he could be made to have no consciousness at all, what difference is there between that punishment and being created miserable? And therefore, conformable to this, the apostle tells us that at the great day, when everyone shall receive according to his doings, the secrets of all hearts shall be laid open. The sentence shall be justified by the consciousness all persons shall have, that they themselves, in what bodies soever they appear, or what substances soever that consciousness adheres to, are the same that committed those actions and deserve that punishment for them. I am apt enough to think I have, in treating of this subject, made some suppositions that will look strange to some readers, and possibly they are so in themselves, but yet I think they are such as are pardonable in this ignorance we are in of the nature of that thinking thing that is in us, and which we look on as ourselves. Did we know what it was, or how it was tied to a certain system of fleeting animal spirits, or whether it could or could not perform its operations of thinking and memory out of a body organized as ours is, and whether it has pleased God that no one such spirit shall ever be united to any but one such body, upon the right constitution of whose organs its memory should depend, we might see the absurdity of some of those suppositions I have made. But taking, as we ordinarily now do in the dark concerning these matters, the soul of a man for an immaterial substance independent from matter and indifferent alike to it all, there can from the nature of things be no absurdity at all to suppose that the same soul may at different times be united to different bodies, and with them make up for that time one man, as well as we suppose a part of a sheep's body yesterday should be a part of a man's body tomorrow, and in that union make a vital part of Meliboeus himself, as well as it did for his ram. To conclude, whatever substance begins to exist, it must during its existence necessarily be the same. Whatever compositions or substances begin to exist during the union of those substances, the concrete must be the same. Whatsoever mode begins to exist during its existence, it is the same. And if the composition be of distinct substances and different modes, the same rule holds, whereby it will appear that the difficulty or obscurity that has been about this matter rather rises from the names ill-used than from any obscurity in things themselves. For whatever makes the specific idea to which the name is applied, if that idea be steadily kept to, the distinction of anything into the same and diverse will easily be conceived, and there can arise no doubt about it. For supposing a rational spirit to be the idea of a man, it is easy to know what is the same man with the same spirit, whether separate or in a body, will be the same man. Supposing a rational spirit vitally united to a body of a certain conformation of parts to make a man, whilst that rational spirit with that vital conformation of parts, though continued in a fleeting successive body, remains, it will be the same man. But if to any one the idea of a man be but the vital union of parts in a certain shape, as long as that vital union and shape remain in a concrete, no otherwise the same but by a continued succession of fleeting particles, it will be the same man. For whatever be the composition whereof the complex idea is made, whenever existence makes it one particular thing under any denomination, the same existence continued preserves it, the same individual under the same denomination.
Chapter 28 of Other Relations. Besides the before-mentioned occasions of time, place, and causality of comparing or referring things one to another, there are, as I have said, infinite others, some whereof I shall mention. The first I shall name is some one simple idea which, being capable of parts or degrees, affords an occasion of comparing the objects wherein it is to one another in respect of that simple idea, v.g. whiter, sweeter, equal, more, etc. These relations, depending on the equality and excess of the same simple idea in several subjects, may be called, if one will, proportional. That these are only conversant about those simple ideas received from sensation or reflection is so evident that nothing need to be said to evince it. Secondly, another occasion of comparing things together or considering one thing so as to include in that consideration some other thing is the circumstances of their origin or beginning, which, being not afterwards to be altered, make the relations depending thereon as lasting as the subjects to which they belong, v.g. father and son, brothers, cousin, Germans, etc., which have their relations by one community of blood, wherein they partake in several degrees, countrymen, i.e., those who were born in the same country or tract of ground, and these I call natural relations, wherein we may observe that mankind have fitted their notions and words to the use of common life and not to the truth and extent of things. For it is certain that in reality the relation is the same betwixt the beginner and the begotten in the several races of other animals as well as men. But yet it is seldom said, this bull is the grandfather of such a calf, or that two pigeons are cousin Germans. It is very convenient that by distinct names these relations should be observed and marked out in mankind, there being occasion, both in laws and other communications one with another, to mention and take notice of men under these relations. From whence also arise the obligations of several duties amongst men, whereas in brutes, men having very little or no cause to mind these relations, they have not thought fit to give them distinct and peculiar names. This, by the way, may give us some light into the different state and growth of languages, which, being suited only to the convenience of communication, are proportioned to the notions men have and the commerce of thoughts familiar amongst them, and not to the reality or extent of things, nor to the various respects might be found among them, nor the different abstract considerations might be framed about them, where they had no philosophical notions, they had no terms to express them, and it is no wonder men should have framed no names for those things they found no occasion to discourse of. From whence it is easy to imagine why, as in some countries, they may have not so much as the name for a horse, and in others, where they are more careful of the pedigrees of their horses than their own, that they may have not only names for particular horses, but also of their several relations of kindred one to another. Thirdly, sometimes the foundations of considering things with reference to one another is some act whereby anyone comes by a moral right, power, or obligation to do something. Thus, a general is one that hath power to command an army, and an army under a general is a collection of armed men obliged to obey one man. A citizen or a burgher is one who has a right to certain privileges in this or that place. All this sort of depending upon men's wills or agreement in society I call instituted or voluntary, and may be distinguished from the natural in that they are most, if not all of them, some way or other, alterable and separable from the persons to whom they have sometimes belonged, though neither of the substances so related be destroyed. Now, though these are all reciprocal as well as the rest, and contain in them a reference of two things one to the other, yet because one of the two things often wants a relative name importing that reference, men usually take no notice of it, and the relation is commonly overlooked. V.g., a patron and client are easily allowed to be relations, but a constable or dictator are not so readily at first hearing considered as such, because there is no peculiar name for those who are under the command of a dictator or constable expressing a relation to either of them, though it be certain that either of them hath a certain power over some others, and so is so far related to them, as well as a patron is to his client, or general to his army. Fourthly, there is another sort of relation, which is the conformity or disagreement men's voluntary actions have to a rule to which they are referred, and by which they are judged of, which I think may be called moral relation, as being that which denominates our moral actions and deserves well to be examined, there being no part of knowledge wherein we should be more careful to get determined ideas, and avoid, as much as may be, obscurity and confusion. Human actions, when with their various ends, objects, manners, and circumstances, they are framed into distinct complex ideas, are, as has been shown, so many mixed modes, a great part whereof have names annexed to them. Thus, supposing gratitude to be a readiness to acknowledge and return kindness received, polygamy to be the having more wives than one at once, when we frame these notions thus in our minds, we have there so many determined ideas of mixed modes. But this is not all that concerns our actions. It is not enough to have determined ideas of them and to know what names belong to such and such combinations of ideas. We have a further and greater concernment, and that is to know whether such actions so made up are morally good or bad. Good and evil, as hath been shown, Book 2, Chapter 20.2 and Chapter 21.43, are nothing but pleasure or pain, or that which occasions or procures pleasure or pain to us. Moral good and evil, then, is only the conformity or disagreement of our voluntary actions to some law, whereby good or evil is drawn on us from the will and the power of the lawmaker. Which good and evil, pleasure or pain, attending our observance or breach of the law by the decree of the lawmaker, is that we call reward and punishment. Of these moral rules or laws to which men generally refer, and by which they judge of the rectitude or pravity of their actions, there seem to me to be three sorts, with their three different enforcements or rewards and punishments. For since it would be utterly in vain to suppose a rule set to the free actions of men without annexing to it some enforcement of good and evil to determine his will, we must, wherever we suppose a law, suppose also some reward or punishment annexed to that law. It would be in vain for one intelligent being to set a rule to the actions of another, if he had it not in his power to reward the compliance with and punish deviation from his rule by some good and evil that is not the natural product and consequence of the action itself. For that, being a natural convenience or inconvenience, would operate of itself without a law. This, if I mistake not, is the true nature of all law properly so called.
The laws that men generally refer their actions to judge of their rectitude or obliquity, seem to me to be these three. 1. The divine law. 2. The civil law. 3. The law of opinion or reputation, if I may so call it. By the relation they bear to the first of these, men judge whether their actions are sins or duties; by the second, whether they be criminal or innocent; and by the third, whether they be virtues or vices. First, the divine law, whereby that law which God has set to the actions of men, whether promulgated to them by the light of nature or the voice of relation, or the voice of revelation, that God has given a rule whereby men should govern themselves, I think there is nobody so brutish as to deny. He has a right to do it. We are his creatures. He has goodness and wisdom to direct our actions to that which is best, and he has power to enforce it by rewards and punishments of infinite weight and duration in another life, for nobody can take us out of his hands. This is the only true touchstone of moral rectitude, and by comparing them to this law, it is that men judge of the most considerable moral good or evil of their actions, that is, whether as duties or sins they are like to procure them happiness or misery from the hands of the Almighty. Secondly, the civil law, the rule set by the Commonwealth to the actions of those who belong to it, is another rule to which men refer their actions to judge whether they be criminal or no. This law nobody overlooks, the rewards and punishments that enforce it being ready at hand and suitable to the power that makes it, which is the force of the Commonwealth, engaged to protect the lives, liberties, and possessions of those who live according to its laws, and has power to take away life, liberty, or goods from him who disobeys, which is the punishment of offences committed against his law. Thirdly, the law of opinion or reputation. Virtue and vice are names pretended and supposed everywhere to stand for actions in their own nature, right and wrong, and as far as they really are so applied, they so far are coincident with the divine law above mentioned. But yet, whatever is pretended, this is visible that these names, virtue and vice, is the particular instances of their application through the several nations and societies of men in the world, are constantly attributed only to such actions as in each country and society are in reputation or discredit. Nor is it to be thought strange that men everywhere should give the name of virtue to those actions which amongst them are judged praiseworthy and called out wise, which they account blamable, since otherwise they would condemn themselves if they should think anything right, to which they allowed not commendation, anything wrong, which they let pass without blame. Thus the measure of what is everywhere called and esteemed virtue and vice is this approbation or dislike, praise or blame, which by a secret and tacit consent establishes itself in the several societies, tribes and clubs of men in the world, whereby several actions come to find credit or disgrace amongst them according to the judgment, maxims or fashion of that place. For though men uniting into politic societies have resigned up to the public the disposing of all their force, so that they cannot employ it against any fellow citizens any further than the law of the country directs, yet they retain still the power of thinking well or ill, approving or disapproving of the actions of those whom they live amongst and converse with, and by this approbation and dislike they establish amongst themselves what they will call virtue and vice. That this is the common measure of virtue and vice will appear to anyone who considers that, though that passes for vice in one country, which is counted a virtue, or at least not vice in another, yet anywhere virtue and praise, vice and blame go together. Virtue is everywhere that which is thought praiseworthy, and nothing else but that which has the allowance of public esteem is called virtue. Virtue and praise are so united that they are called often by the same name. Sunt sua praemia laudi, says Virgil, and so Cicero, nihil habet natura praestinens
Tatius quam honestatum quam laudum quam dignitatem quam decus, which he tells you are all names for the same thing. This is the language of the heathen philosophers, who well understood wherein their notions of virtue and vice consisted, and though perhaps by the different temper, education, fashion, maxims, or interest of different sorts of men, it fell out that what was thought praiseworthy in one place escaped not censure in another, and so in different societies virtues and vices were changed. Yet, as to the main, they for the most part kept the same everywhere. For, since nothing can be more natural than to encourage with esteem and reputation that wherein everyone finds his advantage, and to blame and discountenance the contrary, it is no wonder that esteem and discredit, virtue and vice, should in a great measure everywhere correspond with the unchangeable rule of right and wrong, which the law of God hath established, there being nothing that so directly and visibly secures and advances the general good of mankind in this world as obedience to the laws he has set them, and nothing that breeds such mischiefs and confusion as the neglect of them. And therefore men, without renouncing all sense and reason and their own interest, which they are so constantly true to, could not generally mistake in placing their commendation and blame on that side that really deserved it not. Now, even those men whose practice was otherwise failed not to give their approbation right, few being depraved to that degree as not to condemn, at least in others, the faults they themselves were guilty of, whereby even in the corruption of manners the true boundaries of the law of nature, which ought to be the rule of virtue and vice, were pretty well preferred, so that even the exhortations of inspired teachers have not feared to appeal to common repute. Whatsoever is lovely, whatsoever is of good report, if there be any virtue, if there be any praise. If anyone shall imagine that I have forgotten my own notion of a law, when I make the law whereby men judge of virtue and vice to be nothing else but the consent of private men, who have not authority enough to make a law, especially wanting that which is so necessary and essential to a law, a power to enforce it, I think I may say that he who imagines condemnation and disgrace not to be strong motives to men to accommodate themselves to the opinions and rules of those with whom they converse seems little skilled in the nature or history of mankind, the greatest part whereof we shall find to govern themselves chiefly, if not solely, by this law of fashion, and so they do that which keeps them in reputation with their company, little regard the laws of God or the magistrate. The penalties that attend the breach of God's laws some, nay, perhaps most men seldom seriously reflect on, and amongst those that do, many, whilst they break the law, entertain thoughts of future reconciliation and making their peace for such breaches. And as to the punishments due from the laws of the commonwealth, they frequently flatter themselves with the hopes of impunity. But no man escapes the punishment of their censure and dislike who offends against the fashion and opinion of the company he keeps and will recommend himself to, nor is there one of 10,000 who is stiff and insensible enough to bear up under the constant dislike and condemnation of his own club. He must be of a strange and unusual constitution who can content himself to live in constant disgrace and disrepute with his own particular society. Solitude many men have sought and been reconciled to, but nobody that has the least thought or sense of a man about him can live in society under the constant dislike and ill opinion of his familiars and those he converses with. This is a burden too heavy for human sufferance, and he must be made up of irreconcilable contradictions, who can take pleasure in company and yet be insensible of contempt and disgrace from his companions. These three then: first, the law of God; secondly, the law of politic societies; thirdly, the law of fashion or private censure, are those to which men variously compare their actions, and it is by their conformity to one of these laws that they take their measures when they would judge of their moral rectitude and denominate their actions good or bad. Whether the rule to which, as to a touchstone, we bring our voluntary actions to examine them by and try their goodness, and accordingly to name them, which is, as it were, the mark of the value we set upon them; whether, I say, we take that rule from the fashion of the country or the will of a lawmaker, the mind is easily able to observe the relation any action hath to it, and to judge whether the action agrees or disagrees with the rule, and so hath a notion of moral goodness or evil, which is either conformity or not conformity of any action to that rule, and therefore is often called moral rectitude. This rule being nothing but a collection of several simple ideas, the conformity thereto is but so ordering the action that the simple ideas belonging to it may correspond to those which the law requires. And thus we see how moral beings and notions are founded on and terminated in these simple ideas we have received from sensation or reflection. For example, let us consider the complex idea we signify by the word murder, and when we have taken it asunder and examined all the particulars, we shall find them to amount to a collection of simple ideas derived from reflection or sensation, which first, from reflection on the operations of our own minds, we have the ideas of willing, considering, proposing beforehand, malice or wishing ill to another, and also of life, or perception, and self-motion. Secondly, from sensation we have the collection of those simple sensible ideas which are to be found in a man, and of some action whereby we put an end to perception and motion in the man, all which simple ideas are comprehended in the word murder. This collection of simple ideas being found by me to agree or disagree with the esteem of the country I have been bred in, and to be held by most men were worthy praise or blame, I call the action virtuous or vicious. If I have the will of a supreme invisible lawmaker for my rule, then, as I supposed the action commanded or forbidden by God, I call it good or evil, sin or duty. And if I compare it to the civil law, the rule made by the legislative power of the country, I call it lawful or unlawful, a crime or no crime. So that whensoever we take the rule of moral actions, or by what standard soever we frame in our minds the ideas of virtues or vices, they consist only and are made up of collections of simple ideas which we originally received from sense or reflection, and their rectitude or obliquity consists in the agreement or disagreement with those patterns prescribed by some law. To conceive rightly of moral actions, we must take notice of them under this twofold consideration. First, as they are in themselves each made up of such a collection of simple ideas. Thus drunkenness or lying signifies such or such a collection of simple ideas, which I call mixed modes, and in this sense they are as much positive absolute ideas as the drinking of a horse or speaking of a parrot. Secondly, our actions are considered as good, bad, or indifferent, and in this respect they are relative, it being their conformity to or disagreement with some rule that makes them to be regular or irregular, good or bad, and so, as far as they are compared with a rule and thereupon denominated, they come under relation. Thus the challenging and fighting with a man, as it is a certain positive mode or particular sort of action by particular ideas distinguished from all others, is called duelling, which, when considered in relation to the law of God, will deserve the name of sin, to the law of fashion in some countries valor and virtue, and to the municipal laws of some governments a capital crime. In this case, when the positive mode has one name and another name as it stands in relation to the law, the distinction may as easily be observed as it is in substances where one name, v.g. man, is used to signify the thing, another, v.g. father, to signify the relation. But because very frequently the positive idea of the action and its moral relation are comprehended together under one name and the same word made use
made use of to express both the mode or action and its moral rectitude or obliquity. Therefore, the relation itself is less taken notice of, and there is often no distinction made between the positive idea of the action and the reference it has to a rule, by which confusion of these two distinct considerations under one term, those who yield too easily to the impressions of sounds and are forward to take names for things are often misled in their judgment of actions. Thus, the taking from another what is his without his knowledge or allowance is properly called stealing. But that name being commonly understood to signify also the moral pravity of the action and to denote its contrariety to the law, men are apt to condemn whatever they hear called stealing as an ill action, disagreeing with the rule of right. And yet the private taking away his sword from a madman to prevent his doing mischief, though it be properly denominated stealing, as the name of such a mixed mode, yet when compared to the law of God and considered in its relation to that supreme rule, it is no sin or transgression, though the name stealing ordinarily carries such an intimation with it. And thus much for the relation of human actions to a law, which therefore I call moral relations. It would make a volume to go over all sorts of relations. It is not, therefore, to be expected that I should here mention them all. It suffices to our present purpose to show by these what the ideas are we have of this comprehensive consideration called relation, which is so various and the occasions of it so many as there can be of comparing things one to another, that it is not very easy to reduce it to rules or under just heads. Those I have mentioned, I think, are some of the most considerable, and such as may serve to let us see from whence we get our ideas of relations and wherein they are founded. But before I quit this argument, from what has been said, give me leave to observe first, that it is evident that all relation terminates in and is ultimately founded on those simple ideas we have got from sensation or reflection, so that all we have in our thoughts ourselves, if we think of anything or have any meaning or would signify to others, when we use words standing for relations, is nothing but some simple ideas or collections of simple ideas compared one with another. This is so manifest in that sort called proportional, and that nothing can be more. For when a man says honey is sweeter than wax, it is plain that his thoughts in this relation terminate in this simple idea, sweetness, which is equally true of all the rest, though where they are compounded or decompounded, the simple ideas they are made up of are perhaps seldom taken notice of, v.g., and the word father is mentioned. First, there is meant that particular species or collective idea signified by the word man. Secondly, those sensible simple ideas signified by the word generation. And thirdly, the effects of it, and all the simple ideas signified by the word child. So the word friend, being taken for a man who loves and is ready to do good to another, has all these following ideas to the making of it up. First, all the simple ideas comprehended in the word man or intelligent being. Secondly, the idea of love. Thirdly, the idea of readiness or disposition. Fourthly, the idea of action, which is any kind of thought or motion. Fifthly, the idea of good, which signifies anything that may advance his happiness, and terminates at last, if examined, in particular simple ideas, of which the word good in general signifies any one. But if removed from all simple ideas quite, it signifies nothing at all. And thus also all moral words terminate at last, though perhaps more remotely, in a collection of simple ideas, the immediate signification of relative words being very often other supposed known relations, which, if traced one to another, still end in simple ideas. Secondly, that in relations we have, for the most part, if not always, as clear a notion of the relation as we have of those simple ideas wherein it is founded. Agreement or disagreement whereon relation depends, being things whereof we have commonly as clear ideas as of any other whatsoever, it being but the distinguishing simple ideas or their degrees one from another, without which we could have no distinct knowledge at all. For if I have a clear idea of sweetness, light, or extension, I have two of equal or more or less of each of these. If I know what it is for one man to be born of a woman with Sempronia, I know that it is for another man to be born of the same woman Sempronia, and so have as clear a notion of brothers as of birds, and perhaps clearer. For if I believed that Sempronia digged Titus out of the parsley bed, as they used to tell children, and thereby became his mother, and that afterwards, in the same manner, she digged Caius out of the parsley bed, I had as clear a notion of the relation of brothers between them as if I had all the skill of a midwife. The notion that the same woman contributed as mother equally to their births, though I were ignorant or mistaken in the manner of it, being that on which I grounded the relation, and that they agreed in that circumstance of birth, let it be what it will. The comparing them then into them in their descent from the same person without knowing the particular circumstances of their descent is enough to found my notion of their having or not having the relation of brothers. But though the ideas of particular relations are capable of being as clear and distinct in the minds of those who will duly consider them as those of mixed modes and more determinate than those of substances, yet the names belonging to relation are often of as doubtful and uncertain signification as those of substances or mixed modes, and much more than those of simple ideas. Because relative words being the marks of this comparison, which is made only by men's thoughts and is an idea only in men's minds, men frequently apply them to different comparisons of things according to their own imaginations, which do not always correspond with those of others using the same name. Thirdly, that in these I call moral relations, I have a true notion of relation by comparing the action with the rule, whether the rule be true or false. For if I measure anything by a yard, I know whether the thing I measure be longer or shorter than that supposed yard, though perhaps the yard I measure be not exactly the standard, which indeed is another inquiry. For though the rule be erroneous, and I mistaken in it, yet the agreement or disagreement observable in that which I compare with makes me perceive the relation, though measuring by wrong rule, I shall thereby be brought to judge amiss of its moral rectitude, because I have tried it by that which is not the rule, not the true rule, yet I am not mistaken in the relation which that action bears to that rule I compare it to, which is agreement or disagreement. Chapter 29 of Clear and Obscure, Distinct and Confused Ideas. Having shown the original for our ideas and taken a view of their several sorts, considered the difference between the simple and the complex, and observed how the complex ones are divided into those of modes, substances, and relations, all which I think is necessary to be done by anyone who would acquaint himself thoroughly with the progress of the mind in its apprehension and knowledge of things, it will perhaps be thought I have dwelt long enough upon the examination of ideas. I must nevertheless crave leave to offer some few other considerations concerning them. The first is that some are clear and others obscure, some distinct and others confused. The perception of the mind being most aptly explained by words relating to the sight, we shall best understand what is meant by clear and obscure in our ideas by reflecting on what we call clear and obscure in the objects of sight. Light being that which discovers to us visible objects, we give the name of obscure to that which is not placed in a light sufficient to discover minutely to us the figure and colors which are observable in it, and which in a better light would be discernible. In like manner, our simple ideas are clear when they are such as the objects themselves from whence they were taken did or might, in a well-ordered sensation or perception, present them, whilst the memory retains them thus and can produce them to the mind whenever it has occasion to consider them. They are clear ideas, so far as they either want anything of the original exactness or have lost any of their first freshness and are, as it were, faded or tarnished by time, so far
they obscure. Complex ideas, as they are made up of simple ones, so they are clear when the ideas that go to their composition are clear, and the number and order of those simple ideas that are the ingredients of any complex one is determinate and certain. The causes of obscurity in simple ideas seem to be either dull organs or very light and transient impressions made by the objects, or else a weakness in the memory, not able to retain them as received. For to return again to visible objects to help us to apprehend this matter, if the organs or faculties of perception, like wax over hardened with cold, will not receive the impression of the seal from the usual impulse wont to imprint it, or like wax of a temper too soft will not hold it well when well imprinted, or else, supposing the wax of a temper fit, but the seal not applied with a sufficient force to make a clear impression, in any of these cases the print left by the seal will be obscure. This, I suppose, needs no application to make it plainer. As a clear idea is that whereof the mind has such a full and evident perception as it does receive from an outward object operating duly on a well-disposed organ, so a distinct idea is that wherein the mind perceives a difference from all other, and a confused idea is such as one as is not sufficiently distinguishable from another, from which it ought to be different. If no idea can be confused, but such as is not sufficiently distinguishable from another from which it should be different, it will be hard, may anyone say, to find anywhere a confused idea. For let any idea be as it will, it can be no other but such as the mind perceives it to be, and that very perception sufficiently distinguishes it from all other ideas which cannot be other, i.e. different, without being perceived to be so. No idea therefore can be undistinguishable from another from which it ought to be different, unless you would have it different from itself, for from all other it is evidently different. To remove this difficulty and to help us to conceive aright what it is that makes the confusion ideas are at any time chargeable with, we must consider that things ranked under distinct names are supposed different enough to be distinguished, that so each sort by its peculiar name may be marked and discoursed of apart upon any occasion, and there is nothing more evident than that the greatest part of different names are supposed to stand for different things. Now every idea a man has, being visibly what it is and distinct from all other ideas but itself, that which makes it confused is when it is such that it may as well be called by another name as that which it is expressed by. The difference which keeps the things to be ranked under those two different names distinct, and makes some of them belong rather to the one and some of them to the other, of those names being left out, and so the distinction which was intended to be kept up by those different names is quite lost. The defaults which usually occasion this confusion, I think, are chiefly these following. First, when any complex idea, for it is complex ideas that are most liable to confusion, is made up of too small a number of simple ideas, and such only as are common to other things, whereby the differences that make it deserve a different name are left out. Thus he that has an idea made up of barely the simple ones of a beast with spots has but a confused idea of a leopard, it is not being thereby sufficiently distinguished from a lynx and several others sorts of beasts that are spotted, so that such an idea, though it hath the peculiar name leopard, it's not distinguishable from those designed by the name lynx or panther, and may as well come under the name lynx as leopard. How much the custom of defining of words by general terms contributes to make the ideas we would express by them confused and undetermined, I leave others to consider. This is evident that confused ideas are such as render the use of words uncertain and take away the benefit of distinct names, when the ideas for which we use different terms have not a difference answerable to their distinct names, and so cannot be distinguished by them, there it is that they are truly confused. Secondly, another fault which makes our ideas confused is when, though the particulars that make up any idea are in number enough, yet they are so jumbled together that it is not easily discernible whether it more belongs to the name that is given it than to any other. There is nothing properer to make us conceive this confusion than a sort of pictures usually shown as surprising pieces of art, wherein the colors, as they are laid by the pencil on the table itself, mark out very odd and unusual figures and have no discernible order in their position. This draft, thus made up of parts wherein no symmetry, no order appears, is in itself no more a confused thing than the picture of a cloudy sky, wherein, though there be as little order of colors or figures to be found, yet nobody thinks it a confused picture. What is it then that makes it be thought confused, since we want of symmetry does not, as it is plain it does not, for another draft made barely in imitation of this could not be called confused. I answer, that which makes it be thought confused is the applying it to some name to which it does no more discernibly belong than to some other, v.g. when it is said to be the picture of a man or Caesar, then any one with reasons counts it confused, because it is not discernible in that state to belong more to the name man or Caesar than to the name baboon or Pompey, which are supposed to stand for different ideas from those signified by man or Caesar. But when a cylindrical mirror placed right had reduced those irregular lines on the table into their due order and proportion, then the confusion ceases, and the eye presently sees that it is a man or Caesar, i.e. that it belongs to those names, and that it is sufficiently distinguishable from a baboon or Pompey, i.e. from the ideas signified by those names. Just thus it is with our ideas, which are as it were the pictures of things. No one of these mental drafts, however the parts are put together, can be called confused, for they are plainly discernible as they are, till it be ranked under some ordinary name to which it cannot be discerned to belong any more than it does to some other name of an allowed different signification. Thirdly, a third defect that frequently gives the name of confused to our ideas is when any one of them is uncertain and undetermined. Thus we may observe men who, not forbearing to use the ordinary words of their language till they have learned their precise signification, change the idea they make this or that term stand for almost as often as they use it. He that does this out of uncertainty of what he should leave out or put into his idea of church or idolatry, every time he thinks of either and holds not steady to any one precise combination of ideas that makes it up, it is said to have a confused idea of idolatry or the church, though this be still for the same reason as the former, viz. Because a mutable idea, if we will allow it to be one idea, cannot belong to one name rather than another, and so loses the distinction that distinct names are designed for. By what has been said, we may observe how much names are supposed steady signs of things, and by their difference to stand for and keep things distinct that in themselves are different, are the occasion of denominating ideas distinct or confused by a secret and unobserved reference the mind makes of its ideas to such names. This perhaps will be fully understood after what I say of words in the third book has been read and considered, but without taking notice of such a reference of ideas to distinct names as the signs of distinct things, it will be hard to say what a confused idea is. Therefore, when a man designs by any name a sort of things or any one particular thing distinct from all others, the complex idea he annexes to that name is the more distinct, the more particular the ideas are, and the greater and more determinate the number and order of them is, whereof it is made up. For The more it has of these, the more it has still of the perceivable differences, whereby it is kept separate and distinct from all ideas belonging to other names, even those that approach nearest to it, and thereby all confusion with them is avoided. Confusion, making it difficulty to separate two things that should be separated, concerns always two ideas, and those which most approach one another. Whenever, therefore, we suspect any idea to be confused, we must examine what other it is in danger to be confounded with, or which it cannot easily be separated from, and that will always be found an idea belonging to another name, and so should be a different thing, from which yet it is not sufficiently distinct, being either the same with it or making a part of it, or at least as properly called by that name as the other it is ranked under, and so keeps not that difference from that other idea which the different names import. This, I think, is the confusion proper to ideas, which still carries with it a secret reference to names. At least, if there be any other confusion of ideas, this is that which most of all disorders men's thoughts and discourses, ideas as ranked under names being those that for the most part men reason of within themselves, and always those which they commune about with others, and therefore where there are supposed two different ideas marked by two different names which are not as distinguishable as the sounds that stand for them, there never fails to be confusion, and where any ideas are distinct as the ideas of those two sounds they are marked by, there can be between them no confusion. The way to prevent it is to collect and unite into one complex idea as precisely as is possible all those ingredients whereby it is differenced from others, and to them so united in a determinate number and order apply steadily the same name. But this neither accommodating men's ease or vanity, nor serving any design, but that of naked truth, which is not always the thing aimed at. Such exactness is rather to be wished than hoped for. And since the loose application of names to undetermined, variable, and almost no ideas serves both to cover our own ignorance as well as to perplex and confound others, which goes for learning and superiority in knowledge, it is no wonder that most men should use it themselves whilst they complain of it in others. Though I think no small part of the confusion to be found in the notions of men might, by care and ingenuity, be avoided, yet I am far from concluding it everywhere willful. Some ideas are so complex and made up of so many parts that the memory does not easily retain the very same precise combination of simple ideas under one name. Much less are we able constantly to divine for what precise complex idea such a name stands in another man's use of it. From the first of these follows confusion in a man's own reasonings and opinions within himself. From the latter, frequent confusion in discoursing and arguing with others. But having more at large treated of words, their defects and abuses in the following book, I shall here say no more of it. Our complex ideas, being made up of collections and so variety of simple ones, may accordingly be very clear and distinct in one part, and very obscure and confused in another. In a man who speaks of it chiliahedron, or a body of 1,000 sides, the ideas of the figure may be very confused, though that of the number be very distinct, so that he, being able to discourse and demonstrate concerning that part of his complex idea which depends upon the number of 1,000, he is apt to think he has a distinct idea of a chiliahedron, though it be plain he has no precise idea of its figure, so as to distinguish it by that from one that has but 9,999 sides. The not observing whereof causes no small error in men's thoughts and confusion in their discourses. He that thinks he has a distinct idea of the figure of a chiliahedron, let him for trial's sake take another parcel of the same uniform matter with gold or wax of an equal bulk, and make it into a figure of 999 sides. He will, I doubt not, be able to distinguish these two ideas one from another by the number of sides, to reason and argue distinctly about them, whilst he keeps his thoughts and reasoning to that part only for these
only of these ideas which is contained in their numbers, as that the sides of the one could be divided into two equal numbers and of the others not, etc. But when he goes about to distinguish them by their figure, he will there be presently at a loss, and not be able, I think, to frame in his mind two ideas, one of them distinct from the other by the bare figure of these two pieces of gold, as he could if the same parcels of gold were made one into a cube, the other a figure of 5 sides, in which incomplete ideas we are very apt to impose on ourselves and wrangle with them with others, especially where they have particular and familiar names, for being satisfied in that part of the idea which we have clear, and the name which is familiar to us being applied to the whole containing that part also which is imperfect and obscure, we are apt to use it for that confused part and draw deductions from it in the obscure part of its signification as confidently as we do from the other. Having frequently in our mouths the same eternity, we are apt to think we have a positive comprehensive idea of it, which is as much as to say that there is no part of that duration which is not clearly contained in our idea. It is true that he that thinks so may have a clear idea of duration. He may also have a clear idea of a very great length of duration. He may also have a clear idea of the comparison of that great one with still a greater, that it is not, but it not being possible for him to include in his idea of any duration, let it be as great as it will, the whole extent together of a duration where he supposes no end, that part of his idea which is still beyond the bounds of that large duration he represents to his own thoughts is very obscure and undetermined, and hence it is that in disputes and reasonings concerning eternity or any other infinite we are very apt to blunder and involve ourselves in manifest absurdities. In matter, we have no clear ideas of the smallness of parts much beyond the smallest that occur to any of our senses, and therefore when we talk of the divisibility of matter in infinitum, thus though we have clear ideas of division and divisibility, and have also clear ideas of parts made out of a whole by division, yet we have but very obscure and confused ideas of corpuscles or minute bodies so to be divided, when by former divisions they are reduced to a smallness much exceeding the perception of any of our senses. And so all that we have clear and distinct ideas of is of what division is in general or abstractly is, and the relation of totem and part, but of the bulk of the body to be thus infinitely divided after certain progressions, I think we have no clear or no distinct idea at all. For I ask anyone whether, taking the smallest atom of dust we ever saw, he has any distinct idea, bating still the number which concerns no extension betwixt the 1,000,000th and the 1,000,000,000th part of it. Or if he thinks he can refine his ideas to that degree without losing sight of them, let him add 10 ciphers to each of those numbers. Such a degree of smallness is not unreasonable to be supposed, since a division carried on so far brings it no nearer the end of infinite division than the first division into 2 halves does. I must confess, for my part, I have no clear distinct ideas of the different bulk or extension of those bodies, having but a very obscure one of either of them, so that I think when we talk of division of bodies in infinitum, our idea of their distinct bulks, which is the subject and foundation of division, comes after a little progression to be confounded and almost lost in obscurity. For that idea, which is so just to represent only bigness, must be very obscure and confused, which we cannot distinguish from 1 10 times as big, but only by number, so that we have clear distinct ideas, we may say, of 10 and 1, but no distinct ideas of 2 such extensions. It is plain from hence that when we talk of infinite divisibility of body or extension, our distinct and clear ideas are only of numbers, but the clear distinct ideas of extension after some progress of division are quite lost, and of such minute parts we have no distinct ideas at all, but it returns
as all our ideas of infinite do, at last that of number always to be added, but thereby never amounts to any distinct idea of actual infinite parts. We have, it is true, a clear idea of division as often as we think of it, but thereby we have no more a clear idea of infinite parts in matter than we have a clear idea of an infinite number by being able still to add new numbers to any assigned numbers we have. Endless divisibility giving us no more a clear and distinct idea of actually infinite parts than endless addability, if I may so speak, gives us a clear and distinct idea of an actually infinite number, they both being only in a power still of increasing the number, be it already as great as it will, so that of what remains to be added, wherein consists the infinity, we have but an obscure, imperfect, and confused idea, from or about which we can argue or reason with no uncertainty or clearness, no more than we can in arithmetic about a number of which we have no such distinct idea as we have of 4 or 100, but only this relative obscure one that, compared to any other, it is still bigger, and we have no more a clear positive idea of it when we say or conceive it is bigger or more than 400,000 than if we should say it is bigger than 40 or 4,000, having no nearer a proportion to the end of addition or number than 4. For he that adds only 4 to 4, and so proceeds, shall as soon come to the end of all addition as he that adds 400,000 to 400,000. And so likewise in eternity, he that has an idea but 4 years has as much a positive complete idea of eternity as he that has one of 400,000 of years. For what remains of eternity beyond either of these two numbers of years is as clear to the one as the other, i.e., neither of them has any clear positive idea of it at all. For he that adds only 4 years to 4, and so on, shall as soon reach eternity as he that adds 400,000 of years, and so on. Or, if he please, doubles the increase as often as he will, the remaining abyss being still as far beyond the end of all these progressions as it is from the length of a day or an hour. For nothing finite bears any proportion to infinite, and therefore our ideas, which are all finite, cannot bear any. Thus it is also in our idea of extension when we increase it by addition, as well as when we diminish it by division, and would enlarge our thoughts to infinite space. After a few doublings of those ideas of extension, which are the largest we are accustomed to have, we lose the clear distinct idea of that space. It becomes a confusedly great one, with a surplus of still greater, about which, when we would argue or reason, we shall always find ourselves at a loss, confused ideas in our arguings, and deductions from that part of them which is confused, always leading us into confusion. Chapter 30 of Real and Fantastical Ideas. Besides what we have already mentioned concerning ideas, other considerations belong to them in reference to things from whence they are taken, or which they may be supposed to represent, and thus I think they may come under a threefold distinction, and are, first, either real or fantastical; secondly, adequate or inadequate; thirdly, true or false. First, by real ideas, I mean such as have a foundation in nature, such as have a conformity with the real being and existence of things, or with their archetypes. Fantastical or chimerical I call such as have no foundation in nature, nor have any conformity with that reality of being to which they are tactily referred as to their archetypes. If we examine the several sorts of ideas before mentioned, we shall find that, first, our simple ideas are all real, all agree to the reality of things, not that they are all of them the images or representations of what does exist. The contrary thereof, in all but the primary qualities of bodies, hath been already shown. But though whiteness and coldness are no more in snow than pain is, yet those ideas of whiteness and coldness, pain, etc., being in us the effects of powers in things without us, obtained by our Maker to produce in us such sensations, they are real ideas in us, whereby we distinguish the qualities
qualities that are really in things themselves. For these several appearances being designed to be the mark whereby we are to know and distinguish things which we have to do with, our ideas do as well serve us to that purpose, and are as real distinguishing characters, whether they be only constant effects or else exact resemblances of something in the things themselves, the reality lying in that steady correspondence they have with the distinct constitutions of real beings. But whether they answer to those constitutions as to causes or patterns it matters not. It suffices that they are constantly produced by them, and thus our simple ideas are all real and true because they answer and agree to those powers of things which produce them in our minds, that being all that is requisite to make them real, and not fictions at pleasure. For in simple ideas, as has been shown, the mind is wholly confined to the operation of things upon it, and can make to itself no simple idea more than what it has received. Though the mind be wholly passive in respect of its simple ideas, yet I think we may say it is not so in respect of its complex ideas. For those being combinations of simple ideas put together and united under one general name, it is plain that the mind of man uses some kind of liberty in forming those complex ideas. How else comes it to pass that one man's idea of gold or justice is different from another's, but because he has put in or left out of his some simple idea which the other has not? The question then is, which of these are real and which barely imaginary combinations? What collections agree to the reality of things and what not? And to this I say that, secondly, mixed modes and relations having no other reality but what they have in the minds of men, there is nothing more required to this kind of ideas to make them real, but that they be so framed that there be a possibility of existing conformable to them. These ideas themselves, being archetypes, cannot differ from their archetypes, and so cannot be chimerical, unless anyone will jumble together in them inconsistent ideas. Indeed, as any of them have the names of a known language assigned to them, by which he that has them in his mind would signify them to others, so bare possibility of existing is not enough. They must have a conformity to the ordinary signification of the name that is given them, that they may not be thought fantastical, as if a man would give the name of justice to that idea which common use calls liberality. But this fantasticalness relates more to propriety of speech than reality of ideas. For a man to be undisturbed in danger, sedately to consider what is fittest to be done, and to execute it steadily, is a mixed mode or a complex idea of an action which may exist, but to be undisturbed in danger without using one's reason or industry is what is also possible to be, and so is as real an idea as the other, though the first of these, having the same courage given to it, may in respect of that name be a right or wrong idea, but the other, whilst it has not a common received name of any known language assigned to it, is not capable of any deformity, being made with no reference to anything but itself. Thirdly, our complex ideas of substances being made, all of them in reference to things existing without us and intended to be representations of substances, as they really are no further real than as they are such combinations of simple ideas as are really united and coexist in things without us. On the contrary, those are fantastical which are made up of such collections of simple ideas as were really never united, never were found together in any substance, e.g. a rational creature consisting of a horse's head joined to a body of human shape, or such as the centaurs are described, or a body yellow, very malleable, fusible and fixed, but lighter than common water, or an uniform, unorganized body consisting as to sense all of similar parts with perception and voluntary motion joined to it. Whether such substances as these can possibly exist or no, it is probable we do not know. But be that as it will, these ideas of substances being made conformable to no pattern existing that we know, and consisting of such collections of ideas as no substance ever showed us united together, they ought to pass with us for barely imaginary, but much more are those complex ideas so which contain in them any inconsistency or contradiction of their parts. Chapter 31 of Adequate and Inadequate Ideas. For real ideas, some are adequate, some are inadequate. Those I call adequate, which perfectly represent those archetypes which the mind supposes them taken from, which it intends them to stand for, and to which it refers them. Inadequate ideas are such which are but a partial or incomplete representation of those archetypes to which they are referred, upon which account it is plain. First, that all our simple ideas are adequate, because being nothing but the effects of certain powers and things fitted and obtained by God to produce such sensations in us, they cannot but be correspondent and adequate to those powers, and we are sure they agree to the reality of things. For if sugar produce in us the ideas which we call whiteness and sweetness, we are sure there is a power in sugar to produce those ideas in our minds, or else they could not have been produced by it. And so each sensation answering the power that operates on any of our senses, the ideas were produced, is a real idea, not a fiction of the mind, which has no power to produce any simple idea, and cannot but be adequate, since it ought not only to answer that power. And so all simple ideas are adequate. It is true, the things producing in us these simple ideas are but few of them denominated by us as if there were only the causes of them, but as if those ideas were real beings in them. For though fire be called painful to the touch, whereby is signified the power of producing in us the idea of pain, yet it is denominated also light and hot, as if light and heat were really something in the fire more than a power to excite these ideas in us, and therefore are called qualities in or of the fire. But these being nothing in truth but powers to excite such ideas in us, I must in that sense be understood when I speak of secondary qualities as being in things, or of their ideas as being the objects that excite them in us. Such ways of speaking, though accommodated to the vulgar notions without which one cannot be well understood, yet truly signify nothing but those powers which are in things to excite certain sensations or ideas in us, since were there no fit organs to conceive the impressions fire makes on the sight and touch, nor a mind joined to those organs to receive the ideas of light and heat by those impressions from the fire or sun, there would yet be no more light or heat in the world than there would be pain if there were no sensible creature to feel it, though the sun should continue just as it is now, and Mount Aetna flame higher than ever it did. Solidity and extension and the termination of it figure, with motion and rest whereof we have the ideas, would be really in the world as they are, whether there were any sensible being to perceive them or no. And therefore we have reason to look on those as the real modifications of matter, and such as are the exciting causes of all our various sensations from bodies. But this being an inquiry not belonging to this place, I shall enter no further into it, but proceed to show what complex ideas are adequate and what not. Secondly, our complex ideas of modes being voluntary collections of simple ideas which the mind puts together without reference to any real archetypes or standing patterns existing anywhere, are and cannot but be adequate ideas, because they, not being intended for copies of things really existing, but for archetypes made by the mind to rank and denominate things by, cannot want anything, they having each of them that combination of ideas, and thereby that perfection which the mind intended they should, so that the mind acquiesces in them and can find nothing wanting. Thus, by having the idea of a figure, three sides meeting at three angles, I have a complete idea wherein I require nothing else to make it perfect. That the mind is satisfied with the perfection of this its idea is plain, in that it does not conceive that any understanding hath or can have a more complete or perfect idea of that thing it signifies by the word triangle, supposing it to exist, than itself has in that complex idea of three sides and three angles, in which is contained all that is or can be essential to it, or necessary to complete it, wherever or however it exists. But in our ideas of substances it is otherwise, for they are desiring to copy things as they really do exist, and to represent to ourselves that constitution on which all their properties depend. we perceive our ideas attain not that perfection we intend. We find they still want something we should be glad were in them, and so are all inadequate. But mixed modes and relations, being archetypes without patterns, and so having nothing to represent but themselves, cannot but be adequate, everything being so to itself. He that at first put together the idea of danger, perceived absence of disorder from fear, sedate consideration of what was justly to be done, and executing that without disturbance, or being deterred by the danger of it, had certainly in his mind that complex idea made up of that combination, and intending it to be nothing else but what is, nor to have in it any other simple ideas, but what it hath, it could not also but be an adequate idea, and laying this up in his memory with the name courage annexed to it, to signify to others and denominate from thence any action he should observe to agree with it, had thereby a standard to measure and denominate actions by, as they agreed to it. This idea, thus made and laid up for a pattern, must necessarily be adequate, being referred to nothing else but itself, nor made by any other original but the good liking and will of him that first made this combination.
Indeed, another coming after, and in conversation learning from him the word courage, may make an idea to which he gives the name courage different from what the first author applied it to and has in his mind when he uses it. And in this case, if he designs that his idea in thinking should be conformable to the other's idea, as the name he uses in speaking is conformable and sound to his from whom he learned it, his idea may be very wrong and inadequate, because in this case making the other man's idea the pattern of his idea in thinking, as the other man's word or sound is the pattern of his in speaking, his idea is so far defective and inadequate as it is distant from the archetype and the pattern he refers to it and intends to express and signify by the name he uses for it, which name he would have to be a sign of the other man's idea, to which in its proper use it is primarily annexed, and of his own as agreeing to it, to which if his own does not exactly correspond, it is faulty and inadequate. Therefore, these complex ideas of modes, when they are referred by the mind and intended to correspond to the ideas in the mind of some other intelligent being expressed by the names we apply to them, we may be very deficient, wrong, and inadequate, because they agree not that which the mind designs to be their archetype and pattern, in which respect only any idea of modes can be wrong, imperfect, or inadequate. And on this account our ideas of mixed modes are the most liable to be faulty of any other, but this refers more to proper speaking than knowing right. Thirdly, what ideas we have of substances I have above shown. Now, those ideas have in the mind a double reference. 1. Sometimes they are referred to a supposed real essence of each species of things. 2. Sometimes they are only designed to be pictures and representations in the mind of things that do exist by ideas of those qualities that are discoverable in them, in both which ways these copies of those originals and archetypes are imperfect and inadequate. First, it is usual for men to make the names of substances stand for things, as opposed to have certain real essences whereby they are of this or that species, and names standing for nothing but the ideas that are in men's minds. They must constantly refer their ideas to such real essences as to their archetypes, that men, especially such as have been bred up in the learning taught in this part of the world, do suppose certain specific essences of substances, which each individual in its several kinds is made conformable to and partakes of, is so far from needing proof that it will be thought strange if any one should do otherwise, and thus they ordinarily apply the specific names they rank particular substances under to things as distinguished by such specific real essences. Who is there almost who would not take it amiss if it should be doubted whether he called himself a man with any other meaning than as having the real essence of a man? And yet, if you demand what those real essences are, it is plain men are ignorant and know them not. from whence it follows that the ideas they have in their minds, being referred to real essences as to archetypes which are unknown, must be so far from being adequate that there cannot be supposed to be any representation of them at all. The complex ideas we have of substances are, as it has been shown, certain collections of simple ideas that have been observed or supposed constantly to exist together. But such a complex idea cannot be the real essence of any substance. For then the properties we discover in that body would depend on that complex idea and be deducible from it, and their necessary connection with it be known, as all properties of a triangle depend on, and as far as they are discoverable, are deducible from the complex idea of 3 lines including a space. But it is plain that in our complex ideas of substances are not contained such ideas on which all the other qualities that are to be found in them do depend. The common idea men have of iron is a body of a certain color, weight, and hardness, and the property that they look on as belonging to it is malleableness. But yet this property has no necessary connection with that complex idea or any part of it, and there is no more reason to think that malleableness depends on that color, weight, and hardness than that color or that weight depends on its malleableness. And yet, though we know nothing of these real essences, there is nothing more ordinary than that men should attribute the sorts of things to such essences. The particular parcel of matter which makes the ring I have on my finger is forwardly by most men supposed to have a real essence, whereby it is gold, and from whence those qualities flow which I find in it, with its peculiar color, weight, hardness, fusibility, fixedness, and change of color upon a slight touch of mercury, etc. This essence from which all these properties flow, when I inquire into it and search after it, I plainly perceive I cannot discover. The furthest I can go is only to presume that, it being nothing but body, its real essence or internal constitution on which these qualities depend can be nothing but the figure, size, and connection of its solid parts, of neither of which having any distinct perception at all can I have any idea of its essence, which is the cause that it has that particular shining yellowness, a greater weight than anything I know of the same bulk, and a fitness to have its color changed by the touch of quicksilver. If anyone will say that the real essence and internal constitution on which these properties depend is not the figure, size, and arrangement or connection of its solid parts with something else called its particular form, am further from having any idea of its real essence than I was before, for I have an idea of figure, size, and situation of solid parts in general, though I have none of the particular figure, size, or putting together of parts whereby the qualities above mentioned are produced, which qualities I find in that particular parcel of matter that is on my finger, and not in another parcel of matter with which I cut the pen I write with. But when I am told that something besides the figure, size, and posture of the solid parts of that body is its essence, something called substantial form, of that I confess I have no idea at all, but only of the sound form, which is far enough from an idea of its real essence or constitution, that like ignorance as I have of the real essence of this particular substance, I have also of the real essence of all other natural ones, of which essences I confess I have no distinct ideas at all, and I am apt to suppose others, when they examine their own knowledge, will find in themselves in this one point the same sort of ignorance. Now then, when men apply to this particular parcel of matter on my finger a general name already in use, and denominate it gold, do they not ordinarily, or are they not understood to give it that name as belonging to a particular species of bodies having a real internal essence, by having of which essence this particular substance comes to be of that species and to be called by that name? If it be so, as it is plain it is, the name by which things are marked as having that essence must
must be referred primarily to that essence, and consequently the idea to which that name is given must be referred also to that essence and be intended to represent it. Which essence, since they who so use the names know not, their ideas of substances must be all inadequate in that respect, as not containing in them that real essence which the mind intends they should. Secondly, those who, neglecting that useless supposition of unknown real essences whereby they are distinguished, endeavor to copy the substances that exist in the world by putting together the ideas of those sensible qualities which are found coexisting in them, though they come much nearer a likeness of them than those who imagine they know not what real specific essences, yet they arrive not at perfectly adequate ideas of those substances they would thus copy into their minds, nor do those copies exactly and fully contain all that is to be found in their archetypes, because those qualities and powers of substances whereof we make their complex ideas are so many and various that no man's complex idea contains them all. That our complex ideas of substances do not contain in them all the simple ideas that are united in the things themselves is evident, in that men do rarely put into their complex idea of any substance all the simple ideas they do know to exist in it, because, endeavoring to make the signification of their names as clear and as little cumbersome as they can, they make their specific ideas of the sorts of substance, for the most part, of a few of those simple ideas which are to be found in them, but these having no original precedency or right to be put in and make the specific idea more than others that are left out, it is plain that both these ways our ideas of substances are deficient and inadequate. The simple ideas whereof we make our complex ones of substances are all of them abating only the figure and bulk of some sorts, powers, which being relations to other substances, we can never be sure that we know all the powers that are in any one body till we have tried what changes it is fitted to give to or receive from other substances in their several ways of application, which being impossible to be tried upon any one body, much less upon all, it is impossible we should have adequate ideas of any substance made up of a collection of all its properties. Whosoever first lighted on a parcel of that sort of substance we denote by the word gold could not rationally take the bulk and figure he observed in that lump to depend on its real essence or internal constitution. Therefore, those never went into his idea of that species of body, but its peculiar color perhaps, and weight were the first he abstracted from it to make the complex idea of that species, which both are but powers, the one to affect our eyes after such a manner, and to produce in us that idea we can be called yellow, and the other to force upwards any other body of equal bulk, but there being put into a pair of equal scales, one against another perhaps added to these the ideas of fusibility and fixedness, to other passive powers in relation to the operation of fire upon it, another its ductility and solubility in aqua regia, to other powers relating to the operation of other bodies in changing its outward figure or separation of it into insensible parts. These, or part of these, put together usually make the complex idea in men's minds of that sort of body we call gold. But no one who hath considered the properties of bodies in general, or this sort in particular, can doubt that this called gold has infinite other properties not contained in that complex idea. Some who have examined this species more accurately could, I believe, enumerate 10 times as many properties in gold, all of them as inseparable from its internal constitution as its color or weight, and it is probable, if anyone knew all the properties that are by divers men known of this metal, there would be 100 times as many ideas to go
ideas go to the complex idea of gold, as any one man yet has in his, and yet perhaps that not be the thousandth part of what is to be discovered in it. The change that one body is apt to receive and make in other bodies upon a due application, exceeding far not only what we know, but what we are apt to imagine, which will not appear so much a paradox to anyone who will but consider how far men are yet from knowing all the properties of that one, no very compound figure, a triangle, though it be no small number that are already by mathematicians discovered of it. So that all our complex ideas of substances are imperfect and inadequate, which would be so also in mathematical figures, if we were to have our complex ideas of them only by collecting their properties in reference to other figures. How uncertain and imperfect would our ideas be of an ellipsis if we had no other idea of it but few of its properties, whereas having in our plain idea the whole essence of that figure, we from thence discover those properties and demonstratively see how they flow and are inseparable from it. Thus the mind has three sorts of abstract ideas or nominal essences. First, simple ideas, which are ektupa or copies, but yet certainly adequate, because being intended to express nothing but the power in things to produce in the mind such a sensation, that sensation when it is produced cannot but be the effect of that power. So the paper I write on, having the power in the light, I speak according to the common notion of light, to produce in man the sensation which I call white, it cannot but be the effect of such a power in something without the mind, since the mind has not the power to produce any such idea in itself, and being meant for nothing else but the effect of such a power, that simple idea is real and adequate. The sensation of white in my mind, being the effect of that power which is in the paper to produce it, is perfectly adequate to that power, or else that power would produce a different idea. Secondly, the complex ideas of substances are ektypes, copies too, but not perfect ones, not adequate, which is why evident to the mind in that it plainly perceives that whatever collection of simple ideas it makes of any substance that exists, it cannot be sure that it exactly answers all that are in that substance, since, not having tried all the operations of all other substances upon it, and found all the alterations it would receive from or cause in other substances, it cannot have an exact adequate collection of all its active and passive capacities, and so not have an adequate complex idea of the powers of any substance existing and its relations, which is that sort of complex idea of substances we have. And after all, if we would have, and actually had in our complex idea, an exact collection of all the secondary qualities of powers of any substance, we should not yet thereby have an idea of the essence of that thing. For since the powers or qualities that are observable by us are not the real essence of that substance, but depend on it and flow from it, any collection whatsoever of these qualities cannot be the real essence of that thing, whereby it is plain that our ideas of substances are not adequate and not what the mind intends them to be. Besides, a man has no idea of substance in general, nor knows what substance is in itself. Thirdly, complex ideas of modes and relations are originals and archetypes, are not copies, nor made after the pattern of any real substance to which the mind intends them to be conformable and exactly to answer, these being such collections of simple ideas that the mind itself puts together, and such collections that each of them contains in it precisely all that the mind intends that it should. They are archetypes and essences of modes that may exist, and so are designed only for and belong only to such modes as, when they do exist, have an exact conformity with those complex ideas. The ideas, therefore, of modes and relations cannot but be adequate. Chapter 32 of True and False Ideas. Though truth and falsehood belong in propriety of speech, only to propositions, yet ideas are oftentimes termed true or false, as what words are there that are not used with great latitude and with some deviation from their strict and proper significations. Though I think that when ideas themselves are termed true or false, there is still some secret or tacit proposition, which is the foundation of that denomination, as we shall see if we examine the particular occasions wherein they come to be called true or false, in all which we shall find some kind of affirmation or negation, which is the reason of that denomination. For our ideas, being nothing but bare appearances or perceptions in our minds, cannot properly and simply in themselves be said to be true or false, no more than a single name of anything can be said to be true or false. Indeed, both ideas and words may be said to be true in the metaphysical sense of the word truth, as all other things that anyway exist are said to be true, i.e., really to be such as they exist, though in things called true, even in that sense, there is perhaps a secret reference to our ideas, looked upon as the standards of that truth, which amounts to a mental proposition, though it be usually not taken notice of. But it is not in that metaphysical sense of truth which we inquire here when we examine whether our ideas are capable of being true or false, but in the more ordinary acceptation of those words. And so I say that the ideas in our minds being only so many perceptions or appearances there, none of them are false. The idea of a centaur having no more falsehood in it when it appears in our minds than the name centaur has falsehood in it when it is pronounced by our mouths or written on paper. For truth or falsehood lying always in some affirmation or negation, mental or verbal, our ideas are not capable, any of them, of being false till the mind passes some judgment on them, that is, affirms or denies something of them. Whenever the mind refers any of its ideas to anything extraneous to them, they are then capable to be called true or false, because the mind in such a reference makes a tacit supposition of their conformity to that thing, which supposition, as it happens to be true or false, so the ideas themselves come to be denominated. The most usual cases wherein this happens are these following. First, when the mind supposes any idea it has conformable to that in other men's minds, called by the same common name, v.g., when the mind intends or judges its ideas of justice, temperance, religion to be the same with what other men give those names to. Secondly, when the mind supposes any idea it has in itself to be conformable to some real existence, thus the two ideas of a man and a centaur, supposed to be the ideas of real substances, are the one true and the other false, the one having a conformity to what has really existed, the other not. Thirdly, when the mind refers any of its ideas to that real constitution and essence of anything, whereon all its properties depend, and thus the greatest part, if not all, our ideas of substances are false. These suppositions the mind is very apt tacitly to make concerning its own ideas, but yet, if we will examine it, we shall find it is chiefly, if not only, concerning its abstract, complex ideas, for the natural tendency of the mind being towards knowledge, and finding that if it should proceed by and dwell upon only particular things, its progress would be very slow and its work endless. Therefore, to shorten its way to knowledge and make each perception more comprehensive, the first thing it does, as the foundation of the easier enlarging its knowledge, either by contemplation of the things themselves that it would know, or conference with others about them, is to bind them into bundles and rank them so into sorts that what knowledge it gets of any of them, it may thereby with assurance extends to all of that sort, and so advance by larger steps in that which is its great business, knowledge. This, as I have elsewhere shown, is the reason why we collect things under comprehensive ideas, with names annexed to them, into genera and species, i.e. into kinds and sorts. If therefore we will verily attend to the motions of the mind and observe what course it usually takes in its way to knowledge, we shall, I think, find that the mind, having got an idea which it thinks it may have use of either in contemplation or discourse, the first thing it does is to abstract it and then get a name to it, and so lay it up in its storehouse, the memory, as containing the essence of a sort of things of which that name is always to be the mark. Hence it is that we may often observe that when anyone sees a new thing of a kind that he knows not, he presently asks what it is, meaning by that inquiry nothing but the same, as if the name carried with it the knowledge of the species or the essence of it, whereof it is indeed used as the mark, and is generally supposed annexed to it. But this abstract idea being something in the mind between the thing that exists and the name that is given to it, it is in our ideas that both the rightness of our knowledge and the propriety and intelligibleness of our speaking consists, and hence it is that men are so forward to suppose that the abstract ideas they have in their minds are such as agree to the things existing without them, to which they are referred, and are the same also to which the names they give them do by the use and propriety of that language belong. For without this double conformity of their ideas, they find they should both think amiss of things in themselves and talk of them unintelligibly to others. First, then, I say that when the truth of our ideas is judged of by the conformity they have to the ideas which other men have and commonly signify by the same name, there may be any of them false. But yet simple ideas are least of all liable to be so mistaken, because a man by his senses and every day's observation may easily satisfy himself what the simple ideas are, which their several names that are in common use stand for. They belong but few in number, and such as, if he doubts or mistakes it, he may easily rectify by the objects they are to be found in. Therefore it is seldom that any one mistake in his names of simple ideas, or applies the name red to the idea green, or the name sweet to the idea bitter. Much less are men apt to confound the names of ideas belonging to different senses, and call a color by the name of a taste, etc., whereby it is evident that the simple ideas they call by any name are commonly the same that others have and mean when they use the same names. Complex ideas are much more liable to be false in this respect, and the complex ideas of mixed modes much more than those of substances, because in substances, especially those which the common and unborrowed names of any language are applied to, some remarkable sensible qualities, serving ordinarily to distinguish one sort from another, easily preserve those who take any care in the use of their words from applying them to sorts of substances to which they do not at all belong. But in mixed modes we are much more uncertain, it being not so easy to determine of several actions whether they are to be called justice or cruelty, liberality or prodigality. And so in referring our ideas to those of other men called by the same names, ours may be false, and the idea in our minds which we express by the word justice may perhaps be that which ought to have another name. But whether or no our ideas of mixed modes are more liable than any sort to be different from those of other men which are marked by the same names, this at least is certain, that this sort of falsehood is much more familiarly attributed to our ideas of mixed modes than to any other. When a man is thought to have a false idea of justice or gratitude or glory, it is for no other reason but that his agrees not with the ideas which each of those names are the signs of in other men. The reason whereof seems to me to be this, that the abstract ideas of mixed modes, being men's voluntary combinations of such a precise collection of simple ideas, and so the essence of each species being made by men alone, whereof we have no other sensible standard existing anywhere but the name itself, or the definition of that name, we have in nothing else to refer these our ideas of mixed modes to as a standard to which we would confirm them, but the ideas of those who are thought to use those names in their most proper significations, and so as our ideas confirm or differ from them, they pass for true or false, and thus much concerning the truth and falsehood of our ideas in reference to their names. Secondly, as to the truth and falsehood of our ideas in reference to the real existence of things, when that is made the standard of their truth, none of them can be termed false, but only our complex ideas of substances. First, our simple ideas, being barely such perceptions as God has fitted us to receive, and given power to external objects to produce in us by established laws and ways suitable to his wisdom and goodness, though incomprehensible to us, their truth consists in nothing else but in such appearances as are produced in us, and must be suitable to those powers he has placed in external objects, or else they could not be produced in us. And thus answering those powers, they are what they should be, true ideas, nor do they become liable to any imputation of falsehood, if the mind, as in most men I believe it does, judges these ideas to be in the same things themselves. For God in his wisdom, having set them as marks of distinction in things, whereby we may be able to discern one thing from another, and so choose any of them for our uses as we have occasion, it alters not the nature of our simple ideas, whether we think that the idea of blue be in the violet itself, or in our mind only, and only the power of producing it by the texture of its parts, reflecting the particles of light after a certain manner, to be in the violet itself, for that texture in the object by a regular and constant operation producing the same idea of blue in us, it serves us to distinguish by our eyes that from any other thing, whether that distinguishing mark, as it is really in the violet, be only a peculiar texture of parts, or else that very color, the idea whereof which is in us, is the exact resemblance, and it is equally from that appearance to be denominated blue, whether it be that real color, or only a peculiar texture in it that causes in us that idea, since the name blue notes properly nothing but that mark of distinction that is in a violet, discernible only by our eyes, whatever it consists in, that being beyond our capacities distinctly to know, and perhaps would be of less use to us if we had faculties to discern. Neither would it carry any imputation of falsehood to our simple ideas if by the different structure of our organs it were so ordered that the same object should produce in several men's minds different ideas at the same time, v.g. if the idea that a violet produced in one man's mind by his eyes were the same that a marigold produced in another man's, and vice versa. For since this could never be known, because one man's mind could not pass into another man's body to perceive what appearances were produced by those organs, neither the ideas hereby nor the names would be at all confounded, or any falsehood be in either. For all things that had the texture of a violet, producing constantly the idea that he called blue, and those which had the texture of marigold, producing constantly the idea which he as constantly called yellow, whatever those appearances were in his mind, he would be able as regularly to distinguish things for his use by those appearances, and understand and signify those distinctions marked by the name blue and yellow, as if the appearances or ideas in his mind received from those two flowers were exactly the same with the ideas in other men's minds.
I am nevertheless very apt to think that the sensible ideas produced by any object in different men's minds are most commonly very near and undiscernibly alike. For which opinion I think there might be many reasons offered, but that being besides my present business, I shall not trouble my reader with them, but only mind him that the contrary supposition, if it could be proved, is of little use either for the improvement of our knowledge or conveniency of life, and so we need not trouble ourselves to examine it. From what has been said concerning our simple ideas, I think it evident that our simple ideas can none of them be false in respect of things existing without us. For the truth of these appearances or perceptions in our minds consisting, as has been said, only in their being answerable to the powers in external objects to produce by our senses such appearances in us, and each of them being in the mind, such as it is, suitable to the power that produced it, and which alone it represents, it cannot upon that account, or as referred to such a pattern, be false. Blue and yellow, bitter or sweet, can never be false ideas. These perceptions in the mind are just such as they are there, answering the powers appointed by God to produce them, and so are truly what they are and are intended to be. Indeed, the names may be misapplied, but that in this respect makes no falsehood in the ideas, as if a man ignorant in the English tongue should call purple scarlet. Secondly, neither can our complex ideas of modes in reference to the essence of anything really existing be false, because whatever complex ideas I have of any mode, it hath no reference to any pattern existing and made by nature. It is not supposed to contain in it any other ideas than what it hath, nor to represent anything but such a complication of ideas as it does. Thus, when I have the idea of such an action of a man who forbears to afford himself such meat, drink, and clothing, and other conveniences of life, as his riches and estate will be sufficient to supply, and his station requires, I have no false idea, but such an one as represents an action either as I find or imagine it, and so is capable of neither truth nor falsehood. But when I give the name of frugality or virtue to this action, when it may be called a false idea, if thereby it be supposed to agree with that idea to which in propriety of speech the name of frugality doth belong, or to be conformable to that law which is the standard of virtue and wise. Thirdly, our complex ideas of substances, being all referred to patterns in things themselves, may be false. That they are all false when looked upon as the representations of the unknown essences of things is so evident that there needs nothing to be said of it. I shall therefore pass over that chimerical supposition and consider them as collections of simple ideas in the mind, taken from combinations of simple ideas existing together constantly in things, of which patterns they are the supposed copies, and in this reference of them to the existence of things, they are false ideas. 1. When they put together simple ideas which in the real existence of things have no union, as when to the shape and size that exist together in a horse is joined in the same complex idea the power of barking like a dog, which three ideas, however put together into one in the mind, were never united in nature, and this therefore may be called a false idea of a horse. 2. Ideas of substances are, in this respect, also false when from any collection of simple ideas that do always exist together, there is separated by a direct negation any other simple idea which is constantly joined with them. Thus, if to extension, solidity, fusibility, the peculiar weightiness, and yellow color of gold, anyone join in his thoughts the negation of a greater degree of fixedness than is in lead, than is in lead or copper. He may be said to have a false complex idea, as well as when he joins to those other simple ones in the idea of perfect absolute fixedness. For either way, the complex idea of gold being made up of such simple ones as have no union in nature may be termed false. But if he leave out of this his complex idea, that of fixedness, quite, without either actually joining to or separating it from the rest in his mind, it is, I think, to be looked on as an inadequate and imperfect idea rather than a false one, since, though it contains not all the simple ideas that are united in nature, yet it puts none together but what do really exist together. Though, in compliance with the ordinary way of speaking, I have shown in what sense and upon what ground our ideas may be sometimes called true or false, yet if we will look a little nearer into the matter, in all cases where any idea is called true or false, it is from some judgment that the mind makes or is supposed to make that is true or false. For truth or falsehood being never without some affirmation or negation, express or tacit, it is not to be found but where signs are joined or separated according to the agreement or disagreement of the things they stand for. The signs we chiefly use are either ideas or words wherewith we make either mental or verbal propositions. Truth lies in so joining or separating these representations as the things they stand for do in themselves agree or disagree, and falsehood in the contrary, as shall be more fully shown hereafter. Any idea, then, which we have in our minds, whether conformable or not to the existence of things, or to any idea in the minds of other men, cannot properly for this alone be called false. For these representations, as if they have nothing in them but what is really existing in things without, cannot be thought false, being exact representations of something. Nor yet if they have anything in them differing from the reality of things, can they properly be said to be false representations, or ideas of things they do not represent. But the mistaken falsehood is, first, when the mind, having any idea, it judges and concludes it the same that is in other men's minds signified by the same name, or that it is conformable to the ordinary received signification or definition of that word, when indeed it is not, which is the most usual mistake in mixed modes, though other ideas also are liable to it. Secondly, when it having a complex idea made up of such a collection of simple ones as nature never puts together, it judges it to agree to a species of creatures really existing, and when it joins the weight of tin to the color, fusibility, and fixedness of gold. Thirdly, when in its complex idea it has united a certain number of simple ideas that do really exist together in some sort of creatures, but has also left out others as much inseparable, it judges this to be a perfect complete idea of a sort of things which really it is not, v.g. having joined the idea of substance yellow, malleable, most heavy, and fusible, it takes that complex idea to be the complete idea of gold, when yet its peculiar fixedness and solubility in a quadriga are as inseparable from those other ideas or qualities, if that body as they are one from another. Fourthly, the mistake is yet greater when I judge that this complex idea contains in it the real essence of any body existing, when at least it contains but some few of those properties which flow from its real essence and constitution. I say only some few of those properties, for those properties consisting mostly in the active and passive powers it has in reference to other things, all that are vulgarly known of any one body of which the complex idea of that kind of things is usually made, are but a very few, in comparison of what a man that has several ways tried and examined it knows of that one sort of things. and all that the most expert man knows are but a few in comparison of what are really in that body, and depend on its internal or essential constitution. The essence of a triangle lies in a very little compass, consists in a very few ideas. The three lines, including a space, make up that essence, but the properties that flow from this essence are more than can be easily known or enumerated. So I imagine it is in substances. Their real essences lie in a little compass, though the properties flowing from that internal constitution are endless. To conclude, a man having no notion of anything without him but by the idea he has of it in his mind, which idea he has a power to call by what name he pleases, he may indeed make an idea neither answering the reason of things nor agreeing to the idea commonly signified by other people's words, but cannot make a wrong or false idea of a thing which is no otherwise known to him but by the idea he has of it, v.g., when I frame an idea of the legs, arms, and body of a man, and join to this a horse's head and neck, I do not make a false idea of anything, because it represents nothing without me. But when I call it a man or Tata and imagine it to represent some real being without me, or to be the same idea that others call by the same name, in either of these cases I may err. And upon this account it is that it comes to be termed a false idea, though indeed the falsehood lies not in the idea but in that tacit mental proposition wherein a conformity and resemblance is attributed to it which it has not. But yet if having framed such an idea in my mind without thinking either that existence or the name man or Tartar belongs to it, I will call it man or Tartar, I may be justly thought fantastical in the naming, but not erroneous in my judgment, nor the idea anywhere false. Upon the whole matter, I think that our ideas, as they are considered by the mind, either in reference to the proper signification of their names or in reference to the reality of things, may very fitly be called right or wrong ideas according as they agree or disagree to those patterns to which they are referred. But if any one had rather call them true or false, it is fit he use a liberty which everyone has to call things by those names he thinks best. Though in propriety of speech, truth or falsehood will, I think, scarce agree to them, but as they, some way or other, virtually contain in them some mental proposition, the ideas that are in a man's mind, simply considered, cannot be wrong, unless complex ones wherein inconsistent parts are jumbled together. All other ideas are in themselves right, and the knowledge about them right and true knowledge. But when we come to refer them to anything as to their patterns and archetypes, then they are capable of being wrong as far as they disagree with such archetypes. Chapter 33 of the Association of Ideas. There is scarce anyone that does not observe something that seems odd to him and is in itself really extravagant in the opinions, reasonings, and actions of other men. The least flaw of this kind, if at all different from his own, everyone is quick-sighted enough to spy in another, and will by the authority of reason forwardly condemn, though he be guilty of much greater unreasonableness in his own tenets and conduct, which he never perceives and will very hardly, if at all, be convinced of. This proceeds not wholly from self-love, though that has often a great hand in it. Men of fair minds are not given up to the overweening of self-flattery, are frequently guilty of it, and in many cases one with amazement hears the arguings, and is astonished at the obstinacy of a worthy man who yields not to the evidence of reason, though laid before him as clear as daylight. This sort of unreasonableness is usually imputed to education and prejudice, and for the most part, truly enough, though that reaches not the bottom of the disease, nor shows distinctly enough whence it rises or wherein it lies. Education is often rightly assigned for the cause, and prejudice is a good general name for the thing itself. But yet I think he ought to look a little further, who would trace this sort of madness to the root it springs from, and so explain it, as to show whence this flow has its original in very sober and rational minds, and wherein it consists. I shall be pardoned for calling it by so harsh a name as madness, when it is considered that opposition to reason deserves that name and is really madness. There is scarce a man so free from it, but that if he should always, on all occasions, argue or do as in some cases he constantly does, would not be thought fitter for bedlam than civil conversation. I do not here mean when he is under the power of an unruly passion, but in the steady, calm course of his life. That which will yet more apologize for this harsh name and ungrateful imputation on the greatest part of mankind is, that inquiring a little by the by into the nature of madness, Book 2, Chapter 11-13, I found it to spring from the very same root and to depend on the very same cause we are here speaking of. This consideration of the thing itself, at a time when I thought not the least on the subject which I am now treating of, suggested it to me. And if this be a weakness to which all men are so liable, if this be a taint which so universally infects mankind, the greater care should be taken to lay it open under its due name, thereby to excite the greater care in its prevention and cure. Some of our ideas have a natural correspondence and connection one with another. It is the office and excellency of our reason to trace these and hold them together in that union and correspondence which is founded in their peculiar beings. Besides this, there is another connection of ideas wholly owing to chance or custom, ideas that in themselves are not all of kin, come to be so united in some men's minds that it is very hard to separate them. They always keep in company, and the one no sooner at any time comes into the understanding, but its associate appears with it, and if they are more than two, which are thus united, the whole gang always, inseparable, show themselves together. This strong combination of ideas, not allied by nature, the mind makes in itself, either voluntarily or by chance, and hence it comes in different men to be very different according to their different inclinations, education, interests, etc. Custom settles habits of thinking in the understanding, as well as of determining in the will and the motions in the body, all which seems to be but trains of motion in the animal spirits, which once set agone continue in the same steps they have been used to, which by often treading are worn into a smooth path, and the motion in it becomes easy and as it were natural. As far as we can comprehend thinking, thus ideas seem to be produced in our minds, or if they are not, this may serve to explain their following one another in an habitual train when once they are put into their track, as well as it does to explain such motions of the body. A musician used to any tune will find that, let it but once begin in his head, the ideas of the several notes of it will follow one another orderly in his understanding, without any care or attention, as regularly as his fingers move orderly over the keys of the organ to play out the tune he has begun, though his unattentive thoughts be elsewhere a-wandering. Whether the natural cause of these ideas, as well as of that regular dancing of his fingers, be the motion of his animal spirits, I will not determine, how probable soever by this instance it appears to be so. But this may help us a little to conceive of intellectual habits and of the tying together of ideas. That there are such associations of them made by custom in the minds of most men, I think nobody will question who has well considered himself or others, and to this perhaps might be justly attributed most of the sympathies and antipathies observable in men, which work as strongly and produce as irregular effects as if they were natural, and are therefore called so, though they at first had no other original but the accidental connection of two ideas, which either the strength of the first impression or future indulgence so united that they always afterwards kept company together in that man's mind, as if there were but one idea. I say most of the antipathies, I do not say all, for some of them are truly natural, depend upon our original constitution, and are born with us. But a great part of those which are counted natural would have been known to be from unheeded, though perhaps early impressions of wanton fancies at first, which would have been acknowledged the original of them if they had been verily observed. A grown person surfeiting with honey no sooner hears the name of it, but his fancy immediately carries sickness and qualms to his stomach, and he cannot bear the very idea of it. Other ideas of dislike and sickness and vomiting presently accompany it, and he is disturbed. But he knows from whence to date this weakness, and can tell how he got this indisposition. Had this happened to him by an overdose of honey when a child, all the same effects would have followed, but the cause would have been mistaken and the antipathy counted natural. I mention this not out of any great necessity there is in this present argument to distinguish nicely between natural and acquired antipathies, but I take notice of it for another purpose, which that those who have children or the charge of their education would think it worth their while diligently to watch and carefully to prevent the undue connection of ideas in the minds of young people. This is the time most susceptible of lasting impressions, and though those relations to the health of the body are by discreet people minded and fenced against, yet I am apt to doubt that those which relate more peculiarly to the mind and terminate in the understanding of passions have been much less heeded than the thing deserves. Nay, those relating purely to the understanding have, as I suspect, been by most men wholly overlooked. This wrong connection in our minds of ideas in themselves loose and independent of one another has such an influence and is of so great force to set us awry in our actions as well moral as natural passions, reasonings, and notions themselves, that perhaps there is not any one thing that deserves more to be looked after. The ideas of goblins and sprites have really no more to do with darkness than light, yet let but a foolish maid inculcate these often on the mind of a child and raise them there together. Possibly he shall never be able to separate them again so long as he lives, but darkness shall ever afterwards bring with it those frightful ideas, and they shall be so joined that he can no more bear the one than the other. A man receives a sensible injury from another, thinks on the man and that action over and over, and by ruminating on them strongly or much in his mind, so cements those two ideas together that he makes them almost one, never thinks on the man, but the pain and displeasure he suffered comes into his mind with it, so that he scarce distinguishes them, but has as much an aversion for the one as the other. Thus hatreds are often begotten from slight and innocent occasions, and quarrels propagated and continued in the world. A man has suffered pain or sickness in any place, he saw his friend die in such a room, though these have in nature nothing to do one with another, yet when the idea of the place occurs to his mind, it brings, the impression being once made, that of the pain and displeasure with it. He confounds them in his mind, and can as little bear the one as the other. When this combination is settled, and while it lasts, it is not in the power of reason to help us and relieve us from the effects of it. Ideas in our minds, when they are there, will operate according to their natures and circumstances, and here we see the cause why time cures
Certain affections which reason, though in the right, are allowed to be so, has not power over, nor is able against them to prevail with those who are apt to hearken to it in other cases. The death of a child that was the daily delight of its mother's eyes and joy of her soul rends from her heart the whole comfort of her life and gives her all the torment imaginable. Use the consolations of reason in this case, and you were as good preach ease to one on the rack, and hope to allay by rational discourse the pain of his joints tearing asunder, till time has by disuse separated the sense of that enjoyment and its loss from the idea of the child returning to her memory. All representations, though ever so reasonable, are in vain, and therefore some in whom the union between these ideas is never dissolved spend their lives in mourning and carry an incurable sorrow to their graves. A friend of mine knew one perfectly cured of madness by a very harsh and offensive operation. The gentleman, who was just recovered with great sense of gratitude and acknowledgment, owned the cure all his life after as the greatest obligation he could have received. But whatever gratitude and reason suggested to him, he could never bear the sight of the operator. That image brought back with it the idea of that agony which he suffered from his hands, which was too mighty and intolerable for him to endure. Many children, imputing the pain they endured at school to their books they were corrected for, so join those ideas together that a book becomes their aversion, and they are never reconciled to the study and use of them all their lives after. And thus reading becomes a torment to them, which otherwise possibly they might have made the great pleasure of their lives. There are rooms convenient enough that some men cannot study in, and fashions of vessels which, though ever so clean and commodious, they cannot drink out of, and that by reason of some accidental ideas which are annexed to them and make them offensive. And who is there that hath not observed some man to flag at the appearance, or in the company of some certain person not otherwise superior to him, but because, having once on some occasion got the ascendant, the idea of authority and distance goes along with that of the person, and he that has been thus subjected is not able to separate them. Instances of this kind are so plentiful everywhere that if I add one more, it is only for the pleasant oddness of it. It is of a young gentleman who, having learnt to dance, and that to great perfection, there happened to stand an old trunk in the room where he learnt. The idea of this remarkable piece of household stuff had so mixed itself with the turns and steps of all his dances, that though in that chamber he could dance excellently well, yet it was only whilst that trunk was there, nor could he perform well in any other place, unless that or some such other trunk had its due position in the room. If the story shall be suspected to be dressed up with some comical circumstances a little beyond precise nature, I answer for myself that I had it some years since from a very sober and worthy man upon his own knowledge, as I reported. And I dare say there are very few inquisitive persons who read this, who have not met with accounts, if not examples of this nature, that may parallel or at least justify this. Intellectual habits and defects this way contracted are not less frequent and powerful, though less observed. Let the ideas of being and matter be strongly joined, either by education or much thought. Whilst these are still combined in the mind, what notions, what reasonings will there be about separate spirits? Let custom from the very childhood have joined figure and shape to the idea of God, and what absurdities will that mind be liable to about the deity? Let the idea of infallibility be inseparably joined to any person, and these two constantly together possess the mind, and then one body in two places at once shall unexamined be swallowed for a certain truth by an implicit faith whenever that imagined infallible person dictates and demands assent without inquiry.
Some such wrong and unnatural combinations of ideas will be found to establish the irreconcilable opposition between different sects of philosophy and religion, for we cannot imagine every one of their followers to impose wilfully on himself and knowingly refuse truth offered by plain reason. Interest, though it does a great deal in the case, yet cannot be thought to work whole societies of men to so universal a perverseness as that every one of them to a man should knowingly maintain falsehood. Some at least must be allowed to do what all pretend to, i.e., to pursue truth sincerely, and therefore there must be something that blinds their understandings and makes them not see the falsehood of what they embrace for real truth, that which thus captivates their reasons and leads men of sincerity blindfold from common sense will, when examined, be found to be what we are speaking of. Some independent ideas of no alliance to one another are, by education, custom, and the constant din of their party, so coupled in their minds that they always appear there together, and there can no more separate them in their thoughts than if there were but one idea, and they operate as if they were so. This gives sense to jargon, demonstration to absurdities, and consistency to nonsense, and is the foundation of the greatest, I had almost said, of all the errors in the world. Or if it does not reach so far, it is at least the most dangerous one, since so far as it obtains, it hinders men from seeing and examining, and two things in themselves disjoined appear to the sight constantly united. If the eye sees these things riveted which are loose, where will you begin to rectify the mistakes that follow in two ideas that they have been accustomed so to join in their minds as to substitute one for the other, and as I am apt to think, often without perceiving it themselves? This, whilst they are under the deceit of it, makes them incapable of conviction, and they applaud themselves as zealous champions for truth, when indeed they are contending for error. And the confusion of two different ideas, which a customary connection of them in their minds hath to them made in effect but one, fills their heads with false views and their reasonings with false consequences. Having thus given an account of the original source and extent of our ideas, with several other considerations about these, I know not whether I may say instruments or materials of our knowledge, the method I at first proposed to myself would now require that I should immediately proceed to show what use the understanding makes of them, and what knowledge we have by them. This was that which, in the first general view I had of this subject, was all that I thought I should have to do. But upon a nearer approach, I find that there is so close a connection between ideas and words, and our abstract ideas and general words have so constant a relation one to another, that it is impossible to speak clearly and distinctly of our knowledge, which all consists in propositions, without considering first the nature, use, and signification of language, which therefore must be the business of the next book.